Capture what they're saying and make sure that you let them know that you are interested in what they have to say. Your job at the end of that conversation, whether it be a half hour or even better, an hour or more, is to get from them 3 to 5 more names that they will make personal introduction to, people that you really want to see based on what they do and what the person you're speaking to believes will be valuable to you, okay? And follow up with them. By the way, when you finish that first call, those first 3 to 5 calls, or ongoing when you build this pyramid that you're going to create by talking to more and more people, always get back to them, always thank them for their communication. If they do believe that you are valuable and that you are looking for a job, they may even have a job. You don't even have to ask for it. But if they've got something, they will talk to you about it. Otherwise, you're going to build that network and you'll find out what kind of positions. In fact, I would suggest, as you're talking to them, find out what position they may know about that fit your background and your career objectives. Really, really important, because again, you want to make it real. You want to make it something that's actionable. And whatever you do, make sure that you follow up. You will start to build relationships because it's not just about the now, but you're building relationships that will last potentially a career lifetime. I went through a layoff many, many years ago working for a company called General Electric, GE. We brought an outside team to teach us a technique that I've just summarized to you. And literally, without even sending out one resume, I wound up receiving 3 offers. This is back in the 1980s, before all this technology was available that we have access to. 3 job offers literally within less than 2 months. And I started to build up those relationships. If you go on to LinkedIn, you'll get a sampling of the numbers of connections that I have. And you will see how that network has built itself over time in order to have those kind of relationships. I'm awfully proud of that, where I've helped people and people have helped me. I've also closed out every conversation by asking this one question: what can I do to help you? And if they give you something to do or ask, do it if you can. If you can't do it, say you cannot do it, but be honest there. So as I said, what I'd like to do is we have another 10, 12 minutes before we move on to the next process. Is there any questions on what I've said? Is there things that you'd like to talk about or have me share that we can fill this time most productively and you get something to take away tonight? I open it up.
Hey, good evening. I have a question.
Yes,
I'm gonna hop in like this, but you open the floor. So my question is, how valuable is a student and somebody who wants to break into the field of IT is into a company, such as like Microsoft or Accenture or something like that nature?
Well, any student, or I'm assuming, Henry, and someone who has limited experience in a field, or any student? Okay, you're on mute.
Sure. Yes.
You know, back in 2008, and I was the CIO about that time, we actually, as CIOs, literally ramped out the demand requirements because it was a buyer's market. We had a financial systems crash, etc. We actually upped the ante to get a job. So we started to ask for degrees, 5 to 7 years experience for virtually every job in IT, etc. And so we kind of kept that scale up there. But one of the things you'll find out, and in some of the sharings that we've done, there are over 750,000 open cyber-related jobs alone in the marketplace. I meet with a bunch of CIOs today. We do CIO roundtables. The biggest issue they have, I can't find qualified people. Now, if you don't have 5 to 7 years, and everybody wants 5 to 7 years, what can I do to get my foot in the door? And that's where you ask that type of question. Look, I recognize in many of you, given the average age, your background, some degrees, some work experience, etc. And if you listen to them, they will tell you, that's a great question, Henry, by the way. They will tell you, if you let them, how do I get my foot in the door to prove myself? I know I can do this. And whether it's at a reduced rate for a period of time, I've even seen people volunteer to do some stuff for a while, or go in as an intern or some other role in there. Let them offer to you what they need. Let them share with you. Don't give yourself away, okay? What you want to do, you're valuable. They need you. It is a buyer's, it's actually today a buyer's market as well, because what they're looking for is talent, but you've got a sale of an asset that they need. And always remember that. And if you show that you're driven, you're competent, you stick to what you say you will do and show yourself that way, you've gone a long way, because you've got raw talent and experience to bring to the marketplace. I hope that helped a little bit.
No, that definitely helped, because I've been scouring these job fairs, and I went to a job fair out in Fort Meade. They're like, you need a clearance, you need a certification, and all this hoopla, not hoopla, but important stuff,
Yes,
right?
yes.
But I didn't have it at the time. Then recently I went and got my Security Plus.
Yes.
And then now, the same person I saw at Fort Belvoir, I saw them out in Fort Meade in Maryland, and it was like, oh, so you got the certification, but now you need a clearance. Oh, but we'll put you in an internship
Exactly.
situation, and that company is called Periton. I was like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, and Henry, you bring up a point. I'm traveling down to Huntsville again a couple of weeks from now, and what's interesting about Huntsville, Alabama, is that because there's so much there, the FBI has put their second headquarters there. They've got Space Command, they've got the Redstone Arsenal, etc. There's a guy who's the president of what's called Cyber Huntsville, and they have as many job openings today in that city as the state of Tennessee that I reside in have for cyber. Almost 7,000 openings, okay? His comment to us was, you bring me some raw talent, some certifications, some experience, and if they have clearance, I will hire them. One of our companies will hire them immediately. If they don't have clearance today, security clearance, we'll help them get security clearance. So that's the way people are looking for work today. But you've got to talk to the person. When you send a resume or an application in, you just become a piece of paper, not a personality. You didn't get to shine in any way. Once people get to know the person, it makes all the difference in the world.
Stephen.
Yes, sir.
My name is Barnett Frankel.
Yes, Barnett.
My camera is at a different angle. Hang on one sec. Okay.
No problem. We're with you.
I think my issue in this whole looking for a job is going to be a little bit different than everybody else's. I was in the IT field for about 15 years. I ended up being a CCNA, CCDA. Those certifications have expired. I went back to college in 2007, got a degree in public health, worked in public health for a few years, and then had to take a brief sabbatical, and it's time to go back to work.
Yes.
I'm 62 years old, and most of my classmates have heard this story before. I am isolated in Florida. I don't know anybody down here. My wife and I have been here for 6 years, and we're desperate to go back home to the Northeast. How do I approach somebody, build my network, and actually get to talk to them face to face or a Zoom call or whatever, and let them know that while I may be entry level in cybersecurity, I have a vast background in the IT field? Help.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, do you have network contacts from your time in the marketplace previously from IT?
No, I don't.
Most of them are probably retired or moved on.
I would tend to think so.
Yeah. And look, I'm almost 71. I'll be 71 in a month from now. Okay. So
Happy birthday, me too.
You start building those contacts. You start reaching out. Are you on LinkedIn?
Yes, I am.
Okay, for those of you, including yourself, Barnett, we actually have a library of what we call fireside chats. We've had some great LinkedIn experts who have shared how to use LinkedIn to build that network. It's a great tool for that purpose. Give myself a call, give us a call if we know people, etc. It's a starting place. But again, write yourself down. Do you have 3 to 5 people you can talk to?
Yeah, son that works at Amazon, my sister-in-law, and my wife.
Yeah, but okay. And being in what part of Florida are you in?
North of Tampa.
Okay, people I'm a New Yorker, right? You can hear that in my voice.
I'm a New Yorker too.
Yeah,
Long
and the
Island.
fact that
Shout out
people,
New York, Brooklyn.
yeah, well, I grew up in Brooklyn and Queens, so you know, get a connection point, find somebody you admire, you know, whether you're seeing a video or a conference or you see some notes in there, reach out via your LinkedIn and say, hey, listen, can you give me 15 to 30 minutes to have a video call with you? I'm real interested in who you are, what you're doing, and I'm looking for advice. Very, very, very few people will not allow you that time. In addition, today, right now, we have 96 people on this call right now. You're in class with other individuals who are securing work. Link with one another, okay? And use that to build your network as well, because you're all aiming for the same purpose. There are people who have graduated from this program who have been employed to do cyber-related tasks. And today, it's not as important physically where you live as it is the fact that having the connectivity, as you all know, to do the work you are going after. And so if you take the names of the people who are here, I'll put my LinkedIn name after we shut this portion down here. Look at a list of people that I connect with and ask if you can be connected to someone else, right? I hope that helps a little bit, Barnett, in our limited time.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, the thing always to remember is that pride in yourself. You're valuable. You've got tools. We're teaching you using CWCT. You've got certifications to go after. You're bringing something to the market that's needed. Always remember that. And always remember this. There are times you're going to feel when you're in a job search like you're sitting on top of the world, and there are going to be times when you're feeling like the world's sitting on top of you. Okay? But the fact is, at the end of the day, your magic number is 1. That's 1 position. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one.
Yes, Amanda.
My name is Amanda Kianashad, and I'm going to turn on my. Can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So my question is, like Barnett Frankel, I am 45 years old and I am transitioning. It's interesting that he's transitioning out of public health.
Yes.
Because I am looking actually in the cybersecurity space in public health and healthcare, and it's kind of a niche field.
Yes.
And I'm trying. I am exceedingly introverted, and so growing my network is difficult in that regard. So I am trying to figure out what's the best way to grow it in kind of in a niche way, so that you connect with the people that you want to serve. Because for me, securing healthcare and people's healthcare data is kind of a passion for me, because I'm coming from the microbiology, public health angle, and seeing this, especially when there was a ransomware attack on.
Oh, yes.
And wanting to fulfill that space.
Amanda, actually, Steve put out in a chat about connecting with him and myself. Novant Health is a connection point. One of our partners in our program is fabulous. They look for people. I know the CIO for Erlanger Hospital here has been part of an association as well, dying to find talent in cyber. Let me address 2 points here. One, there are jobs out there even right now in that world where they're looking for the kind of talent that you possess. Okay, and so there is, and I can't think of the name right now. It's an association of information technology professionals in the healthcare field. If you ring me up, I'll try to get the name back to you. But they are constantly looking because healthcare is under attack right now. As the CIO, Dave of Erlang, has said, within 1 to 2 years, because of technology movement, we're going to see people dying in hospitals, not just shutting them down. We had Memorial Hospital in our city shut down in a ransomware attack. And now what the fear is, they're using remote access to infusion devices, surgeries, network surgeries, etc. People will start to die because of that. So the demand is there and an awareness. In terms of being an introvert, believe it or not, Amanda, I am extraordinarily shy and an introvert myself. What I've done is I forced myself to get out there and talk to people. And what I have found, most people want to help. Most people want to engage, and most people will respond back to you. You'll find it's a blast talking to people and dedicating yourself. One last thing, and I'm going to turn it back to Steve here, and we can leave questions up and down going forward during the evening and beyond. But it's this. You're going to be building a network which will help you throughout the rest of your life. And there will be a time when you can pay back somebody. Don't refuse to do that for someone else. As you get into your career, remember, it's not only paying it forward, but it's also paying it back, which is why I'm part of this program and with these amazing people who have been working in CWCT. So with that, it is now the top of the hour, Steve. Let me give it back to you, sir.
Great timing. I'll keep it short. Steve, thank you so much for your comments, and I really appreciate the students that are chiming in and asking questions. We're all part-timers here, or we all have different jobs at universities, and we're here to help. We do this because we care about everybody here. Just quick logistics for the evening. In a second, our employer partners, and employer partners, you're welcome to go to your room right now if you'd like to, and just kind of hang out there for a moment. For Expiris, Microsoft, Booz-Allen, and Brooksource. Again, the breakout rooms are at the bottom of your screen. If you click breakout room, you can click join next to it, and you can go to whichever one you'd like. Before you go, just a quick overview. They're going to be a half hour long. So 7 p.m. Eastern, they're going to start right here, maybe about 1 minute late. We'll have Expiris, Microsoft, Booz-Allen, and Brooksource. You can always refer back to this, take a screenshot or take a picture of your phone if you want to remember. And then we'll be running for the next 2 hours employer sessions. I'm going to be hanging out here in the waiting room for folks that are joining late. And if you have any questions for me or whatever, the last thing I'll say is for our employer partners and for our students, there are 3 coffee rooms, and I can create a few more. And that's really just a place, if you have a good connection with one of the employer partners you're talking to tonight, or one of our resource organizations, and you want to talk with them one-on-one afterwards and they have the time, those are places you can go and do that informally. And the last thing I'll say, two of our really great partners, Act Now Education and Hire Heroes USA, are here today. And they're an excellent organization. They provide a lot of great resources. 78% of our students, I may be saying that wrong, are veterans or law enforcement. So those are for veterans. So just for everybody here, I know most of the folks in here served in the military, but if you did not, then that may not be the session for you. But if you are a vet, please, I would encourage you to go one or both of those sessions. They are excellent resources and they really help with getting that job. Without further ado, I'm going to hand it over. So again, choose between the 4 breakout sessions you'd like to go to at your leisure. If you have questions, I'll be here to answer them and help
Steve
direct
Olson,
you. Yes,
real
sir,
quick,
Professor
I just
Warden.
want to suggest, let's put in a clear link to our CWCT LinkedIn account. There's a lot of activity on people sharing LinkedIn accounts. And I thought we might want to mention, I believe we have a CWCT one as well.
I'll broadcast it to all the waiting rooms so everybody can get it.
much.
Perfect. Thank you, Professor Warden.
Not
All
a
right, you
problem.
all go ahead and go to the session that you would like. They're at the bottom of your screen, and they'll be starting as soon as your employer partner or resource group representative gets there. All right. Got 19 people in Booz-Allen, 2 in Brooksource, Accenture. Sandy went in early, that's fine. Bill, are you able? Okay, Bill's gone. All right, for those that are still in here, go ahead and join whatever room you would like or hang out here. In about 5 minutes, I'm going to randomly assign everybody in here to something. So unless you got a question for me, I'm going to shoot you somewhere else.
I do have a question for you, Mr. Olson.
How you doing, Henry? How are you? Please, just Steve.
All right, all right, Steve. I very much respect you. I just have a thing, you know what I mean?
Sure, I
Somebody
get it.
who,
I had to, when I got out of the army, I had to kick that. I still do it at work. I'm like, sir, ma'am, and they're like, I'm
I know,
32 years
right?
old. Don't
Okay.
call me that. Yeah, I get you.
You get it. Thank you.
I do.
So when I essentially go into this room, it's like an informational situation. Right?
Yeah. So I mean, we do these just because and this is actually my research in my PhD program I'm in. The idea is that, you know, traditional students, right? You go to a campus, let's say you're getting your undergrad in cyber or something like that. You'd have access to career services, someone to look at your resume, do interview prep, do a little networking. Non-degree programs like this, certificate programs, don't come with those. So we just kind of about 2 years ago decided to start having these where we just kind of reach out to our network, see who wants to come out and meet people, who wants to hire people. But some people in here aren't like, so some people like Booz-Allen and Brooksource, they're like recruiting tonight. Microsoft, Jonathan Tennis is here. He's not a recruiter. He knows them, but he's like a successful ex-Army officer, you know, Microsoft extraordinaire, and he just talks about what it's like to break into that company. Hire Heroes, they hook you up with a one-on-one coach that looks at your resume, helps you prepare for interviews, and like helps you get interviews. And same with Act Now. So it's kind of like a mix. So some of these are companies that are like trying to get your contact and recruit you tonight. Some are just kind of helping to connect you with the people that can. Again, this is just like networking. I should almost call this like a networking event, but it's a little bit of everything. But I'm assuming are you in the service right now, or you?
No, I'm out. I'm just trying to break into the IT field so I can be an ethical hacker.
So what I would tell everybody that is prior military is doing a program like this is great. But if you're not plugged in with a nonprofit organization, you're wrong. And there's a lot of great ones out there. We're partnered with 4 Block Foundation. They're an amazing one. They are amazing. So they're for vets, and they actually do a 10-week program where it's live or on Zoom, and each week on Wednesdays, it's like 2 hours with one company, and they'll bring like 10 recruiters out, and you just like talk to them. And then you'll do that over the course of 10 weeks. And then you get a certificate at the end, totally free. Hire Heroes, who's here tonight, is great. They're like the one-on-one approach. Hiring Our Heroes is a different organization, believe it or not. We don't have a signed partnership with them, but they're a great one. But groups like that, I mean, I'm not here to like trash TAPS or like any transition resources, but what I hear is that they usually are not holistic in preparing you to enter the field you want to do. And there's really great organizations out there like 4 Block and Hire Heroes that are financed by Fortune 500 companies, because those companies need people.
Steve Olson, real quick. Alex isn't in our breakout room yet. If you see him come in, could you direct him?
Yeah, for Brooksource.
Yes. And I know he confirmed, I just verified the email.
Okay. Do you mind sending him just a reminder that with the Zoom link or something?
Okay.
In case he's having an issue. I don't see him in here, but I appreciate you letting me know.
Well, I mean, obviously I can't really lead the discussion. So I'm a little, and let me see if I've got.
I would say shoot him a quick message, and 7:10, 7:12 rolls around and he's not here. You just tell him to go somewhere else, I would say.
Sure, no problem. I'm just looking for your latest update real quick.
No, you're fine. That's what I mean. Sometimes this happens. I mean, you know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm just double checking.
I think every event we do, out of 10 or 11 partners, at least one of them just, either has trouble or is in the
Oh,
wrong
he was
one or in the
looking
waiting
forward to
room, or
this. I'm sure that I got his confirmation on it.
just something came up, but all
Yeah,
good.
unfortunately, but
For everybody else is in here, are you all just waiting on a later session, or?
Yeah, this is Kim Newhart. I wasn't sure if you were finished with the previous conversation. Can you
Hey,
hear me
Kim.
okay?
How are you?
Hey, pretty good. Life is good.
Good.
I did have a question. I sent a quick message about it. And this kind of piggybacks off of what you just said. Like, this is, for traditional programs, they have ways to kind of funnel you into different jobs and things like that. What kind of so I have a Schedule A disability, and what kind of resources? So I'm linked with like voc rehab and stuff like that. So typically some of the resources that I generally have had access to, but it's sort of like I'm not sure where to go with this program, and that's like the choking point for me, is that like people are like, oh yeah, just apply to this job, and it's like those are like the step one barriers for entry for me. Usually I have assistants or people in the interviews with things of that nature, but how acceptable is that in this field? And not just like during the application process, but like once you're actually in with an organization, do they have neurodivergent hiring initiatives, actual programs to ensure success for people that land a job with their organizations? Those are the ones that I kind of want to focus my time, energy, and resources on versus just networking with everybody and anybody. I just, at this point, want to focus only on that.
Kim, that's a great
What are your
question. I'm
thoughts?
not going to pretend to know all the answers to it. I've spent the last 3 years helping a large volume of veterans secure employment, and many of them have a disability, and there are a lot of resources out there for that. I think every circumstance is a little bit different, and we have a few advisors that work on our team that can answer your questions a little bit better and plug you in the right spot. If you don't mind sending me an email, I'll put it back in the chat. I would send it to you directly, but if you shoot me an email, I'd rather connect you with the folks that I know that can answer that question a lot better.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. That's an
No, that's
excellent
fine.
question, and it's one I don't even necessarily know Schedule A, so I really shouldn't be speaking on that. But I know
That's
the right
totally
people
fine.
to be able to answer those questions and provide you that resource. And but good question, Kim, and thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Steve. And
Yeah.
I'll jump into one of the rooms
Well,
now. Thank
before you leave though, I do have an answer for one of your questions, and yes, employers.
Sure.
I don't know. I'd have to Google what neurodivergent means. Forgive me, but
That's okay.
I absolutely know that a large portion of the employers that I've personally worked with helping folks get jobs, especially in cyber, are very open to a wide variety of disabilities, especially considering the nature of the work.
Okay.
I have a lot of like,
these would.
yeah.
Oh,
No, go ahead.
yeah,
There's
you have
like a
lot of
delay.
connections.
You're fine.
Sorry about the delay. So yeah, and I work at the Department of Veterans Affairs right now. So we have this kind of interesting dichotomy between, you can have like a physical disability or an invisible disability. And some are, well, let me put it like this. For the neurodivergency, it would span a lot of different things, but it could include things like dyslexia, autism spectrum disorder, all the way to all sorts of different types. So it'd be that kind of a classification where, a lot of the support that can come from that would be free resources. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have to be like, the kind of accommodations that most people think of, like, oh God, we have to build another building entirely.
No,
it's
of
like,
course,
what?
I get it.
It's very reasonable type stuff that, and it just has to be sort of like individualized to the person that has that. But thank you for the information for
Have
that.
you worked in the
I'll
private
send you
sector
an email.
before, Kim? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, I have. Great question. I have 10 years of experience doing science and 5 years. So I got my Master of Business Administration through Purdue, and I
Nice.
did 5 years of corporate America. So workforce management across the US and Canada for Fortune 500 companies.
Excellent.
And now I work at the federal government. So it's just all over the place as far as experience and diversification. So
Yeah, no, I was actually asking for selfish reasons. Because of my disability, I no longer eligible for like certain positions. I always wanted to be work for the Park Service as a like GIS analyst or something, but like that's kind of out of the cards now.
oh,
The
super
states,
cool.
yeah, but you still have to be able to do certain things that my back won't allow. But state government's a little bit different, and private companies often don't require you to disclose. But in terms of getting assistance to do so, they're non-existent. So it is nuanced. But please, I would really like to help answer that question better. And I don't know it all, but I'm very fortunate to be surrounded by a very diverse group at CWCT, and because we have 4 universities participating, I can already tell you I'm going to connect you with Amber because she's an advisor and has worked with all sorts of these things before. So I look forward to our conversation, Kim, and thanks for asking. It's a good one.
Yeah, sure thing. All right, thank you, Steve.
Yeah, and best of luck. We'll talk. Anybody else in here? Otherwise, and Rachel, I know you said clearance jobs. That one's actually not till 8:30, so we got about an hour till that one opens. Katie Keller is their creative director. Okay, yeah, Katie Keller's their she's amazing. Actually, she did an event for us last month by herself, and she's great. So and clearance job is primarily for those with a security clearance, but they will talk a bit about
I have a secret clearance.
Perfect.
You can kick me to Duke Energy if you don't mind then.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Sorry, Rachel, I fat fingered that and I put you in the waiting room. My bad. Why do I not know how to do this? You Zoom updated. This used to be really easy for me to just kick somebody into a room. Oh, there it is. They just changed it on me. All right. See you, Rachel. I'm kicking you. Which one did you say again? I'm sorry.
Duke Energy.
That's at 7:30, so that's 15 minutes from now. I apologize. Do you see my screen that I'm sharing? I'm sorry if you can't.
I have like one thing with like a bunch of different placards on it, but it
Okay.
doesn't have like time.
If on the left-hand side, it's got the time. So like the top row, you're right. It's not super graphically pleasing. The top row right now is Expiris, Microsoft, Booz-Allen, and Brooksource. And then on the name of each breakout session in here, it shows the time that they're presenting. Sorry about that. It's kind of weird to like try and do this over Zoom, so do my best.
Yeah, Booz-Allen then please, sir.
You got it.
Thank you.
All right, Henry, iPhone, Matthew, Sridhar, 2 talks. Can I send you somewhere, or feel free to join one on your own? Henry, you waiting for something later?
My apologies. I'm over here double dipping. I'm over there too.
Oh, no apologies. Good for you.
But
double dip.
Thank you.
Hi, Steve. What were the 2 companies that you mentioned that were good, that you preferred for like helping with the process, maybe the resumes or what jobs to apply
Yeah,
for?
it's funny, Doug, I was literally just typing that back in the chat. But Doug, were you in the U.S. military?
Sorry, Coast Guard Auxiliary.
Excellent. No, perfect. Yeah, I just asked because we've got groups that are for like civilians as well. But yeah, 4 Block Foundation and Higher Heroes are both ones that I have a close relationship with the folks that work there, and we have a signed partnership as well. So the difference is 4Block. Well, you'll be able to find it if you just type in 4Block on Google. But what I like about 4Block is they have a structured career readiness program. You actually get like a certificate you can put on your LinkedIn profile or whatever, but that's the one that you meet 10 different organizations over the course of 10 weeks. And it's actually amazing how much of a network you'll grow. I did the program kind of in an audit fashion to kind of learn it. And it was incredible, the companies I got to meet. I added people in my network from Wells Fargo, Dataminr, Truist, Ally. I was in Charlotte, so it was very finance heavy. And I'm probably a forever government guy, working on a federal contract here. And then I work full time in state government. But either way, 4Block's a really great group, and they help. They give you homework every week, so you have to like create your elevator pitch. They'll edit your resume. They'll do interview prep with your cohort, and it's all other military that are going to be in there with you. It's officer heavy, but they take anybody. And I say officer heavy because it's like 50% officer, which is not representative of the military.
Oh,
maybe in the Coast Guard though. Maybe you all are half officer. I don't know how that works.
It's auxiliary, and we don't hold rank, we hold office. So yeah,
excellent.
I go through some of the leadership training.
Excellent. I know very little about it, but about the auxiliary, but
thank you.
Yeah, sure thing, Doug.
So good evening, everybody. We're doing the Brooksource session a little bit later because there was a, Central Time, Eastern Time mix up. We do have Alex with us tonight. He's going to do a quick introduction, and then we've already got some great questions that we're going to start getting into. So Alex, with that, please take it away.
Yeah. Thank you, Bill. Again, apologies if you guys had expectations for the 7 p.m. Eastern time. I had it as 7 p.m. Central Time on my end, so apologies there. But yes, I am the program coordinator for Brooksource. We're an IT consulting firm, and we actually have 30 locations in the United States, but I actually sit out of our Nashville, Tennessee office. And I work with a lot of our local clients in the Fortune 500 space, state government as well, and then some large privately owned companies. But my job as the program coordinator is to identify people who are really interested in opportunities that could be a little bit more of a career switch, entry-level roles, or even transitioning veterans. Not to say that we also, Brooksource as a whole, we do all plethora of IT roles. But for me specifically, I do a lot of roles within our Elevate program, which is designed to pair people with more positions to get them to really start their careers as well. So that's just a little bit about me. But as a whole, Brooksource, like I said, we do all different types of IT roles. So, and that's from encompassing from anything from the more functional sides to the technical sides to the hands-on sides. And that can be anything from 0 to 20 years of experience too, as well. But that's just a little bit about me, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Amanda, you had a great one earlier. If you'd like to join us again, we'd love to hear it.
Okay, so like I was telling Alex, I had actually applied to one of their positions that was a remote. So according to the job title and information, it said St. Louis or remote.
Okay.
And so the information on the minimum qualifications was not it wasn't like super involved. It was kind of like actually very general.
Mm-hmm.
And so I tried to structure my resume in that kind of area. So how do I shine so that a recruiter will call me back? Because it's got SQL, it's got all kinds of scripting. I'm not a Unix person, but it's something I could definitely learn because I'm learning Linux, and I already know R, and I know some Python. So how do I shine in those spaces?
Yeah, definitely. That's a great question. And just so that's good that it's at the St. Louis office, because I actually know who the recruiter might be in that space. So we actually do keep communication. So I can definitely forward along your information to them after this call as well. But in terms of what makes a resume potentially stick out in a space like the data analyst field, my recommendations are to highlight key projects or key experience that you already have. So you've mentioned to me you've utilized SQL, R, and I can't remember the other technology. If you could remind that to me real quick.
I know some Python. I have a working
Okay.
knowledge.
Cool. Cool. Yeah. So with that on your resume, what I would say for me would stand out. All recruiters are different with what they look for, just to let you know. But being able to highlight key experiences or key bullet points in a project from start to finish of what you did in 3 to 4 concise bullet points would be something that I would look for, because it really paints a picture of your experience to the recruiter. So with your resume, I don't know what it looks like, but what I would look for is those key pieces. So I know you have some working skill sets with those 3 tools. In the resume, I would love to see how you used them, and then potentially how they connected with each other and how it got you through your project or your experience. Is this coming from a project, or is this coming from previous experience before?
Most of my stuff is coming from like broad-based experience as opposed to project-based. If I need to tailor my my resumes more to projects I have worked on, I have one specific one that I worked on about 2.5, 3 years ago that I always kind of circle back to, because it was all I did the entire time I was there. So it's easy for me to hone in on that. But when it comes out to other stuff that I've done, it's more, it's a little more esoteric, because I have worked on multiple different things. Sometimes it's just a little piece, that needed to, because it's all, projects are like a puzzle. And I worked on this one little piece, and, that fit into a larger
it's one piece of a large puzzle that you contributed to. So going off of that, was that said, so you said broad experience, is that from a professional position that you were in previously?
Yes.
Okay.
Most of my stuff is from professional as opposed to just solely academic.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So from there, I know you said you're part of a broad piece or a small piece of a big puzzle. Being able to highlight that would be something that I would look at. And then being able to, again, correlate your key title, like the keywords that you've used, and then tailor it towards that position, right? So I know you said you haven't really utilized Unix. That's not much of a problem, but being able to highlight those key pieces that you did do in your career before this is something that would be helpful, and being able to provide specific bullet points for each. I think that's good. Being broad is obviously good to tailor to all sorts of positions, but if you're really trying to stand out for specific ones, get a little more detailed in your bullet points as well, because we won't know that until we have a conversation with you. And if the resume is the first thing we see, it'd be very helpful for us to know what kind of you've done in that. Obviously, I know it sounds like you've done a lot, but with that being said, we need to make sure that we can read the resume well. And then once we set up a call, I'm sure you have a plethora of information too.
And keep in mind too, I would be remiss if I didn't mention this. As the CWCT instructor for CWCT 116, you will be getting Linux experience. And if you have Linux experience, you have Unix experience. Trust me.
That's what I was figuring on, but I haven't had that class yet. I'm going to take that soon.
Well, whomever you take it with, I'm certain you will have that opportunity to legitimately say you have Unix experience, or what you should say, and Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, Linux/Unix experience, because they really cross-correlate.
I would do both.
Yeah.
Normally one is with the other, so I agree.
And then Gabriel, welcome. I know you were here earlier. There was a confusion with EDT, ECT, all that good stuff. Did you have or CDT? Did you have a question for Alex this evening?
Yeah, well, sorry I joined late. I'm not sure what I missed the conversation here. So, but I just heard the talk about Linux experience that got me excited. So I'll just go from there. I've been in my last job. I work for Amazon doing network support, but most of what I do is Unix work about 70% every day. Not well, occasionally deep end troubleshooting configurations, but a lot of it is I don't know what you do. What for me it seems simpler, but I'm getting better and better at it, really liking it. But I'm hoping to do that in a cybersecurity setting. So I'm looking to expand, and my question would be is what kind of jobs, with that in mind, what I just mentioned, or anything really cybersecurity entry does Brooksource
Yeah,
have open right now?
yeah. So that's a great question. So I'll let you. I don't know if you're familiar with Brooksource or not before this, but we do all sorts of IT positions, and then so cybersecurity is one of those fields that we do provide consultants for. Excuse me. Where are you located in the United States?
Currently, I'm in LA, Eastern LA.
Nice. Okay. So I'm actually in Nashville, Tennessee, but what our clients that we do see in that, and these are remote positions too, so no need to move or anything like that. But our clients that we do see are hiring cybersecurity engineers and cybersecurity analysts in the more consumer goods space right now. So to fill you in, we've been working with Bridgestone and helping provide Bridgestone tires. They're one of our clients that are actually be looking to bring on a few more people to that cybersecurity team here in the coming few months as well. So I know with Amazon, you're currently doing the networking and network engineer right now currently.
No, network support. So my title is just IT support associate.
Okay.
Too. What I do, I support the ops department operations.
Okay.
So ops IT, it can be technically it can be anything, you know, for the operations, which is a huge amount of software. I just happen to have the majority of work given to me is we do with our Amazon lockers.
Nice.
Which run on a version of Red Hat. I'm not sure if you know that or not. It's a custom.
I do know Red Hat. I know it very well.
Right, right. So all our lockers, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of lockers we have are all on a custom version of, well, it's probably more CentOS at this point. I'm not quite sure, but
yeah,
it's we do a lot. That's the majority of work I just end up having to do. I didn't know that coming in, but I'm very glad I asked for Linux experience and they put me right in there.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, if that's something that you found interest in, like organically, that's great. So we, like I mentioned, we have positions where we can transition you into the more entry-level cybersecurity analyst / cybersecurity engineer space. And that's part of our Elevate program. So that's where I sit at Brooksource. So Brooksource covers all IT roles and all levels. So like all the way from senior directors to people in the entry-level space. Our Elevate program is that 0 to 3 year space of people who haven't had that specific career experience yet. So we're able to help pair you with our clients who are looking to bring in people more for their entry level fields to start to grow their careers within their teams for the long term as well. And the cybersecurity space is something that we've seen quite a bit. And especially with someone, we place people with like even just education level experience. So the fact that you do have that Linux and Unix experience already is great. And we can definitely work with you on that outside of this. And I'd be more than happy to speak with you as well. So
one of the things we have are coffee rooms after the formal time that we have, which we still have 14 minutes, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But we do have that opportunity. And also, Gabriel, to what you were talking about, you said CentOS. That's simply the community version of Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So don't be afraid to put that down on a resume. You can, if you put CentOS and they know Red Hat, you're already gold. But if it's the opposite way around, you see that's possible because a lot of HR managers will be, and Alex is an exception. A lot of HR managers only know what they are told to look for. Yeah. So diversify in that respect. If you've got Linux skills, it goes across the board. Like for instance, Kali Linux is absolute catnip on a resume for anybody in a security position, because that shows that you're using a version of Linux that has many of those very important tools, both offensive and defensive, within the cybersecurity space.
Right, right. Yeah, I've been told that. I'm playing around with Kali for a couple of years now, but more intensely now that I'm part of CWCT, and this MMAP and other things that I can, whatever I can in my free time, get my hands on.
Oh, and then with CyberOps, our CyberOps course with Cisco CyberOps, you're going to have fun when you get into Wireshark. If you're at all a networking geek, Wireshark is just candy for networking people, because you can just see the traffic. You can see and dig in to what's going on.
That was one of my favorite courses so far I've taken. I'm as soon as I'm about to get my Security Plus, Company Security Plus, end of the month. And then the knowledge crossover between the two and CyberOps seems so, I don't know. I don't know exactly what the percentage is, but very high. I'm sorry?
Well, it won't hurt.
Right. So I'm going to go for that next. Get the CyberOps while I still have that information fresh. And then I still have the CEH left, Certified Ethical Hacker. That'll be the last one. But yeah, no, it's been very, very helpful. That CWCT courses have been, to my job, particularly right now at Amazon, has been very helpful. The Red Hat course, I came in with a Red Hat course and some, background experience, just playing around for fun in my own free time. That was enough to give them, like I said, they gave me, majority of my work is now Linux. They said, oh, okay, you have some experience, you like it, here as much as you want, go at it. And they gave me full access to all the deep dive issues. So that's been pretty cool to see that, just from basically CWCT, training.
Please share your story with Chrissy Duncan, or she'll point you to somebody you can share it with, but an email to Chrissy.
Yeah.
We'd love to hear these stories. We need to hear these stories, and we'd love you to share that as well. And I'm not trying to take your time, Alex. I'm just letting you know that's, I'm grinning ear to ear for a reason right now, because that's the stuff we want to hear.
I need to write something up. Yeah, I'll do that very shortly here.
Oh, I appreciate
I need to do that. That's definitely overdue.
Excellent. Who was your instructor? Oh, I'm sorry. I was curious who your instructor was in Red Hat.
Let's see here. Rob's not Searsma. Oh shoot.
No,
let me pull it up here.
But that's okay. I don't mean to take away from
I'll get back to you on that, Bill.
Okay, I appreciate it.
No worries.
He was great.
Okay.
Sorry, Alex.
No, you're good. But Gabriel, I would encourage you and everyone in this group right now, if you do see any jobs on LinkedIn, go to Brooksource's LinkedIn page. We have 30 offices in the United States, and cybersecurity is something that is utilized by all of our clients. So there are tons of openings within the cybersecurity space, and you can check that on LinkedIn with all of our pages. And then also at brooksource.com, we also have our job boards open for cybersecurity too, as well. So just giving you that information. And then, like I said, we can connect after this, and I can point you in the direction of some teams too who are specifically looking as well.
Perfect.
Sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, I'll do all the above.
Yeah.
And then John, I kind of brought you in from the unassigned area. You feel free to go to another breakout room if you wish, but we are here with Alex, who is from Brooksource, and he has some fantastic opportunities through Brooksource to perhaps offer you, if you'd like to tell us a little bit about yourself. And then the person came in on their iPhone. I'm not, if you have anything you wanted to,
there they go.
But John, if you had anything you wanted to come off mute and ask, we've heard from Amanda and Gabriel as well.
I'm kind of just poking my nose in this thing, really, kind of see what it is about, what you guys are offering. I'm not too sure exactly how any of this goes or how any of this, any of this entails, really, to tell you the truth. Usually I just put my resume in there and cross my fingers and see what bites,
Well, that's the benefit I think that Alex could speak to, because with 30 locations across the US, chances are there's some opportunities for you.
Yeah. And I'd be more than happy to kind of explain Brooksource a little bit. So we are an IT consulting firm. Like Bill mentioned, we do have 30 offices scattered around the United States. I'm actually in our Nashville, Tennessee office, working as the program coordinator. So I do a lot of engagement with networking groups, educational groups, as well as transitioning veterans and their groups as well. But Brooksource as a whole, we support all levels of IT and all different positions as well. So if you're looking for the cybersecurity space, We do a ton of that with a lot of our clients all over. I know you said have you applied to a Brooksource position before? Did I have that correct,
No, I've never applied for one of you guys before. This first time actually hearing about your guys' company.
Yeah.
I'm here in Pensacola,
Nice.
Florida. So
Nice.
a lot of the stuff I do is usually either with DoD or contracting as well. So
yeah. So we have a few offices in Florida as well. But as a consultant, we work with large Fortune 500 companies as well as state government and then large privately owned companies. So we don't get into the federal space as much, but we do work with state government if that's something you have experience with in the past, or if you wanted to stay in that field. We support quite a bit of the state and local governments throughout the United States as well within their IT teams.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I'd be more than happy to connect with everyone in this group as well after this call. Like I said, it's my job to really build some relationships and see if I can help provide people with opportunities in the space as well. And all of these are remote positions too, so you don't need to move or anything from Florida as well. But we do have offices in Jacksonville, Tampa, and Orlando as well for recruiting too. So got a lot of outlets for you here, but I'm just one of us. It was nice meeting you, by the way, as well.
That's a pretty good triad of locations in Florida to cover you there, John.
Yeah, we got a lot.
Yeah. I like the Panhandle the most so far. I have been to Jacksonville, visiting and stuff like that. Tennessee, my sister lives out there actually. She works for Caterpillar, so.
Oh, nice.
So that's one little connection we got with her, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Love Gatlinburg. Gatlinburg's really nice. Pigeon Forge.
Oh yeah, that's definitely one of the bigger touristy areas in Tennessee for sure.
Yeah.
I'm originally from Mayfield, Kentucky, so.
Oh, there you go.
Nice. I moved to Nashville a year and a half ago, so I've been enjoying my time here.
And then Emmanuel, I'd like to welcome you as well. We're here with Alex from Brooksource, and if you have a question for him, we have a small enough group. Everybody gets a chance.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I was here first, waiting on Alex, and I had to go to the other room. So, but yeah.
Well, first of all, my apologies, Emmanuel.
No, it's fine, Alex. Yeah, it's okay.
I got my time zones mixed.
I want to know if you guys have. No, I want to know the opportunity you guys have out there, because I haven't come across you guys, so I wanted to see what you guys have.
Yeah, so just a little bit about Brooksource. We are an IT consulting firm supporting large Fortune 500 companies, state government, and also privately owned companies in the United States through 30 different locations. I am in the Nashville, Tennessee location, so I actually been working with Bill, Steven, as well, just outside of the this area, just kind of understanding what your program can provide. And so we work within all spaces of IT. So whether it's functional, technical, or hands-on work through all levels, 0 years to, honestly, I've placed someone with 40 years of experience. It does not matter. But we partner with our clients in that space. I know cybersecurity is a big thing here. So we do work with a lot of cybersecurity initiatives with our clients throughout as well. Where do you happen to be located, Emmanuel, just by any chance?
I'm in Maryland.
Oh, nice. Okay, so we have a DC office. We have offices everywhere that you most likely will be. But I'd love to connect with everyone, like I said, on this call and help tailor any sort of conversations that would be best fit for roles that you're looking for in your career as well. We have a lot of opportunities, so I can't really say specifically like if we have one-off roles or not. We have quite a bit. So I've already mentioned looking at our LinkedIn page is super helpful, where our jobs are posted, as well as brooksource.com. You can just read a little bit about our initiatives.
The chat. I'm going to put your email in the chat, Alex.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you,
No
Bill.
problem.
And my job, like I said, is to really just foster relationships with people, understand what they're looking for, and then helping them out in the interview and job search as well.
That's perfect. I guess a question going, and Emmanuel, did you have a further question? Okay. One of the things I was going to ask you about that, Alex, just as a general, question or idea, conversation starter.
Yeah.
Where do you see, either from the Nashville perspective or within Brooksource, where do you see the most intense interest on the part of those employers coming to you for Brooksource's services? Where are they focused right now, would you say?
Are you saying which certain field?
What kind of skill sets they're looking for, what field?
Okay, so
open question.
cybersecurity is one that's everywhere. Every single employer needs that. And honestly, they've been seeing a lot of people within the more tenured space in cybersecurity, and a lot of people are moving towards the more like developers, like cloud and all of that. So those are big pieces that we see as cloud development or working within any sort of cloud products, as well as the cybersecurity space, the pure software development space, as well as data analysts, business analysts, and project management as well. So it can be pretty broad. Specifically in Nashville, I have seen cloud, cybersecurity, as well as development. So those are the three that I see a lot in Nashville right now, where a lot of money is being sent to. So,
Excellent.
yeah.
And then Destiny and Eric, I believe you just came in while we were speaking about that. This is being recorded for later, so you haven't missed anything. But if you'd like to contribute anything to the discussion, we still have a minute or two. Anything you'd like to know or ask of Alex while he's here?
What other domain, like what other areas of the US are you in? Or where are you heavily centric in hiring?
Yeah. So Brooksource as a whole, we have 30 offices in the United States. They're all in major cities around the country. So we really do have touch points all over and can really support anyone in any space or mostly any state. All of our positions are remote or can be remote for our consultants as well. And then I am in the Nashville market in Nashville, Tennessee. So I support a lot of our local clients' business and helping hire people within the IT space there. Anything else that you'd like to know?
Do you have, I mean, would you be a preferred contact for us if we wanted to send you our resume, or do you have...
So yeah, Bill has shared my email address into the chat. Feel free to follow up with me after this conversation. So as a recruiter, it's my job to meet as many people as I can. I'd love to sit down and do a 30-minute conversation, just understanding a little bit of your experience, and then me explaining how Brooksource operates as a company and how we can help you in your career and helping you find an opportunity with us as well.
I also put in the chat the locations map. It's a very nice map showing you exactly where they're at. Even Fort Lauderdale, I don't know if you'd mentioned that because we had somebody from Florida, Jacksonville, Orlando, Tampa, Fort Lauderdale, and Florida. Where are you at, Eric? Or you might be looking at the map. I wouldn't have to help you directly.
Yeah. I was looking at the map. Sorry about that, Bill. But
No,
yeah,
no
Bill, as we've discussed in our previous classes, I'm in the DC metro area, trying to get down to the South.
Eric, that's funny. I am from the DC area. So
okay.
Yeah.
I'm originally from New York and I'm looking to escape.
Getting warmer. You got to keep going
exactly.
down.
I told my wife I wanted to move south, and we moved from Muncie, Indiana, in the northern part, down to Bloomington, Indiana, in the southern part. So I'm trying to.
You're getting there.
I'm persistent. So that's excellent. We do have, it's after 8:30, but we don't have any 8:30 slots available. I want to be well, we do for clearance jobs. So I want to be respectful of your time, Alex, but if you want, we do have the coffee lounge, which is open to anyone. Alex, if you'd like to go down there, if anybody would like to speak with you, I want to be respectful to our clearance jobs guests and offer them up for you as well. But Alex, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
And we appreciate everything.
Yeah, so I do actually have to commit to something else right after this call. But again, to everyone who is in Destiny, I can share my email to you very quickly.
I'll have it really quick. I think I'll beat you there.
But to everyone who's interested in just learning a little bit more about Brooksource, Bill has shared my email. Feel free to contact me after this, and we can set up some times in the coming weeks just to discuss everything that we talked about here in a little bit more in depth too.
Excellent.
But
and
yeah,
we'll have a recording available to everyone as well for later viewing if you wish. Alex, I'll leave the last word to you, sir.
Yeah, no, just appreciate everyone's time. Again, apologies on my end with the miscommunication, but I appreciate it. And like I said, feel free to reach out and we get something set up. So thank you again for your time.
To you further, Alex. Thank you again.
All right. And thank you, Bill, for facilitating. I appreciate it.
Happy to help. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Alex.
Lead recruiter here with Expiris. How's everybody?
Okay, thank you for taking this time.
Of course, yeah, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to talk to everybody, you know, and hopefully give any insights that I can, you know, for any prospective job seekers out there, kind of give you guys a little more background to our company. Again, hopefully make some connections by the end of this. So, you know, maybe we can start real quick. We'll just kind of go around. Let me see who's all on the call. If everybody could just pop on, just say your name. That would be awesome. Again, I'm Alex. So if anybody wants to jump on.
Hi, Alex. My name is Annie. I have a background in tech operations. I'm a new student here at CWCT, and I look forward to connecting with you tonight.
Awesome. Nice to meet you, Annie.
Barnett Frankel. I am looking forward to working with you and hopefully having you help me get gainful employment.
Yes, for sure. Nice to meet you, Barnett.
Hi guys, my name is Simon. I'm based out of Dallas. I'm actually in the middle of my work. I'm a sysadmin, and then I'm trying to move into the cybersecurity field. All my friends are in it, and good connecting with you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Simon.
Hi, my name is Amanda Kiana Shad. I am recently transitioning out of a role in data analytics and hoping to secure something new.
Awesome. Thanks, Amanda.
Hi, I'm Felicia. I work in IT support currently for a credit union, and I also have experience working in IT support for local government and K-12 education, and I'm hoping to roll over those skills to the security field soon.
Awesome. Nice to meet you, Felicia.
Nice to meet you too.
Hello, how you doing? My name is Dwayne Bradford. I have 7 years on IT help desk support system, running for Wells Fargo ATM side, and I'm currently trying to transfer over to the cybersecurity field.
Awesome. Awesome. Perfect. Well, you know, I'm not sure if any of you guys have heard of Expiris, you know, prior to this event, but we're part of Manpower Group. So Manpower has several different divisions, just based on the clientele we work with. Like we have an RPO, we've got like financial services, we've got our IT sector. So Expiris, we handle a lot of the like IT and public sector recruiting. So it's funny, as I kind of see who is attending this event, we support a lot of the folks that are on here as a client list. So typically our function is like we serve as like the subcontractor to a lot of those clients, because a lot of them have like the direct relationships with like the different government agencies or clients, and we're just offering up, you know, additional support. So, you know, we service lots of different clients, as I mentioned. I mean, we've got Accenture Federal, which I think you guys will see. I think they're on later today. They're one of our big ones, especially for cybersecurity roles. We also service Cisco. That's another big one in terms of like cybersecurity positions. I would say focusing on just cybersecurity, those are probably our two biggest ones. They've been longstanding clients for us. So, you know, we get a wide range of positions that we support with them. Ultimately, we've got, you know, entry level all the way up to senior, you know, principal level. So, and it kind of runs the spectrum. So I'm sure as you guys are kind of navigating, you know, coursework and, you know, the job market, you'll see that, you know, even within cybersecurity, there's lots of different avenues that you can go. So I would say, you know, any advice regarding, you know, the job hunt goes, really look at the job descriptions, because, you know, cybersecurity, whether it's a specialist, analyst, manager, anything like that, it's such a broad term. So, you know, like, for example, I've got a couple that I'm working on now, senior level analysts. You know, one is focusing on information assurance, you know, one's on forensics, one could be on incident response. So, you know, when I'm looking at potential candidates, I'm looking for folks that have worked within those kind of different keywords, you know, within their current roles or coursework. So that's why, you know, if you just see cybersecurity analyst, for example, as a job title, you know, really just look at the job description just to see those different little nuances, you know, that someone might be looking for, just in case you need to kind of better tailor your resume to fit that, as opposed to something so generic. And the same kind of goes for any certifications. You know, I definitely take a look at that. You know, I would say, aside from the government sector, government tends to be a little more strict in terms of requirements, meaning if they're really needing, you know, 5 years of experience, they're usually pretty strict on that. And the reason is because it's being served on a government proposal. So it's entirely on the resume. You know, so we have to be able to show that experience. You could be the nicest person in the world, and unfortunately, you know, if you only have 1 year versus 5, we just can't consider for that specific position. But if it's a non-government sector, you know, I'd say a good rule of thumb is if you feel like you meet 70%, you know, of the requirements, I think it's safe to apply.
So,
Yes, Annie. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Steve said that 85%, I believe he said, of jobs are not posted. How do we ensure that our resume, you know, suppose we go onto the Manpower website or your website and we start putting in our resume for jobs, how do we ensure that they don't get tossed into the circular file like probably most of them do?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, you know, look at, if you have a specific company in mind that you're maybe looking at, like Expiris, and you're like, okay, I'm interested in working with them, I would do a search of, you know, Expiris recruiters on LinkedIn and just connect with as many as possible. Like for our company's big, you know, some companies obviously are smaller. There might only be a couple of recruiters. Like ours, I mean, within Expiris, we probably have 500 recruiters across the country. So, you know, I would just, you know, start with your area and kind of expand out, you know, in terms of recruiters, just because as you start to get, you know, acceptances, then you can make connections that way. We all talk to each other. So, if, you know, let's say I talk to you, Barnett, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't have anything for you. I can post it out to other recruiters in my company to be like, does anybody have, you know, because we do that all the time, where I'm like, you know, my requirements are met, but hey, does anybody else have something that could fit this person's profile? And then, you know, somebody else could contact you that way too.
So will you share your LinkedIn contact with us?
Yeah, I can definitely go ahead and put it in the chat here. Man, I don't know if anybody else is LinkedIn, but I feel like every time I log in, it's always asking me for a security code now. Okay, and Annie, I know you had your hand up.
Thank you. Actually, I'm glad Barnett went first because it was a question along those lines. I just read the program and I don't have any experience in cyber previously, but I am trying to move into a company that focuses on these types of roles. I've been able to identify 3 roles that might be a good fit for, considering my background in tech. And so I was just going to ask, what is the best way to connect with someone at the company to get a referral, or just to hop at the top of the application? If you have anything to add.
Yeah, I would say if you've already identified like a job posting on whichever platform, I mean, like I know LinkedIn sometimes will show the recruiter or hiring manager that's posted it. If you scroll down on it, not always, I think some people can put it on private, but if it's open, I would say definitely connect with that person. And when you send a connection, it's also important, I would add that, try to add a personalized message to it of kind of your intent, just because, you know, especially recruiters, we're going to get, you know, tons a day. So that way we can see like, okay, oh, Annie's referring to this job that I just posted. Let me immediately get right to there. And then I can connect with you immediately, as opposed to it just being a random, you know, connection. And it just can be brief, because I know you're limited on characters. Here, I would definitely recommend.
And you went to FAU, I just saw it on LinkedIn. So did I.
Oh, did you really? Oh my God, what a small world.
I'm in Virginia right now.
And where are you at now?
That's why I was looking at roles in Alexandria, but it's nice to see another FAU graduate.
I know, it's not too common, you know, our little school there in Boca, but yeah, because I'm up in Atlanta now, so. Yeah. But you know, they're getting bigger. So, But yeah, I would say, yeah, definitely personalizing it is definitely key. You know, I know there's a lot of competition out there. That's why, you know, again, and I know even some people give advice to you like, oh, you know, keep your resume brief, keep it 1 page, no more than 2 pages, God forbid, you know, and I would say in IT and cybersecurity, I'm wholeheartedly against that just because we want to see the meat, we want to see the programs, you know, that's where you're going to shine, whether it's special projects that you've worked on, like, you know, anything you can do to show that experience. And then I always like to structure, like I would recommend structuring your resume with the key points on the top of it. So, you know, whether that's, you know, let's say you're looking for, you know, a cybersecurity specialist who really needs a Security Plus certification, like that's like key, you know, maybe throw your certifications at the top of the resume, like just anything to like kind of draw the recruiter, you know, to your resume. So that way it kind of clicks from the beginning. You know, that's really important too, just because we don't want to have to, you know, be digging and seeing, you know, okay, well, you know, are they a fit? You know, what's the experience? You know, really just trying to convey that, you know, as much as you can. But I always say with IT world, more is better, just because, you know, even some of those job descriptions could have 20 different requirements, right? Whether it's programming or, you know, whatever, you know, specifics they're looking for, you know, we want to see all of that on there. But yeah, so again, a lot of what we're doing, mainly on the federal side, you know, again, is a little more experienced, but we do also have other, you know, other clientele too that will get positions for remote, some local. You know, I think somebody mentioned in the initial meeting, Peraton, it's funny, we work with them as well. So we do different entry level, whether that's help desk or security, you know, specialists, things like that. But I would say, you know, if you have a specific direction you're wanting to go in, definitely just look at job descriptions, just to kind of get an idea, like what are people looking for that specific, you know, position, and then maybe researching how do you get that experience, because I know it can be really daunting, especially breaking into the field when you're seeing, you know, 3 to 5 years of experience, this certification, this clearance, this, that, and you're like, oh my gosh, where do I start? How do I get that? You know, but that's why it's important to connect with people, because I've also had candidates that didn't necessarily meet the labor requirement, but, you know, then I talk to them and maybe, you know, the manager sees something on your resume, you know, when I submit it and they think, okay, I can actually open up a different job for this person based on the skill set that I'm seeing. So definitely don't be afraid to reach out, you know, even if you don't meet every point, you know, on the job description, because you might make some pretty valuable connections, I would say. But yeah, and then as far as clearances, you know, I know that was kind of briefly mentioned. You know, when looking at positions for clearances, you know, usually it'll be written either one of 2 ways. So just kind of keeping an eye on that. So some will either say you must have an active X, Y, or Z clearance. If you don't, steer away from that, because that usually means the client doesn't want to put someone through that process, as opposed to if it says, you know, you need to be eligible for whatever clearance, that means that they're willing and able to put you through that process. So as long as you're comfortable to do that, I would definitely apply. And then in terms of employment, you know, and again, just because I work on a lot of contract, you know, I would check your social medias in terms of like your LinkedIn, your Indeed profiles, everything like that. If you're not currently set to be open to contract work, you may want to consider it, just because we're seeing a lot of that as a need in the IT and cybersecurity space. And I know a lot of folks tend to be weary about that, you know, but a lot of, especially government contracts, tend to have like multi-year deals. Some even have conversion opportunities. So, you know, I would open yourself up for that.
Contracts were usually my bread and butter.
Yeah,
That's what I prefer as well, you know, because it makes me more mobile. And if you don't like the position, you're not, you know, like sequestered into it as far as like getting hired on, you know.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
You know, because I see employment as a, it's kind of like a marriage or in a relationship you're kind of getting into, and sometimes it just doesn't work out, you know, and you want to, you know, sometimes having that out is good.
Oh, exactly, exactly. And then you just build some good connections and then it's something to add to the resume, which is nice. So but yeah, especially like on Indeed, because I know that's a filter. I would just make sure if that is something you're open to that you have it set, just because sometimes, we'll filter it out if I know someone's only wanting full-time, I'll, tend to kind of steer away from that because I'm like, well, I don't want to waste my time if they're not going to entertain it, right? So
Right. So could I piggyback off that with a question?
Mhm.
So I have like a broad spectrum of experience, and I often find it difficult to kind of lump it into like one succinct idea of
Right.
of what to give the recruiter so that they can forward it on to their client. And so that's what I struggle with, because I've worked in microbiology, I've worked in genetics, I've worked in the qualitative side of cybersecurity, I've worked in data analytics, and now I'm trying to head more towards the cyber and IT side of security. So
I would recommend making multiple versions of your resume. I've had candidates do that, especially that have had like extensive careers, like you said, where you're like excelling in several different fields, where it can kind of go different directions. I've had people present me like 2 to 3 different versions of their resume, and then it kind of helps me piece together to be like, okay, it kind of gives us a direction then, and sometimes it's just even labeling it like, okay, at the top, relevant experience, and then at the bottom of the resume, additional experience. That way they're seeing, any career gaps or lack thereof. But I would recommend making a few different versions if you can kind of hit different, areas. And a lot of times the recruiter too, like you can share it with them, and then it just kind of helps make a more collaborative effort, because then they can hop on a call with you based on the ones that you've presented, just to see, what's kind of the best course of action based on, the specific job they're working with you on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Does anyone else have any other questions?
The biggest challenge, you talked, and thank you for being here, Steve Ryder. You talk about the entry-level person. What are you seeing in the marketplace in terms of the HR responsibility and their willingness to work with someone who may be not meeting all those requirements as you talked about earlier, but looking at other opportunities? So although you've been not necessarily assigned that position, will HR work with you with that person?
Yeah, so that's kind of the beauty too with Expiris, just because we have such a wide range of clientele. So for me, it makes it easier to kind of shop a candidate. If I have one client that's maybe unwilling, I can then shift to several other clients who might, that I know from just having those hiring manager relationships might be more willing. So, when it comes to government contracts, just because they're a little stricter, I've presented candidates before, especially, somebody that's, just starting out, like maybe has a lot of potential, wanting to break into the field. And I'll say, hey, I know they're not meeting the current labor category, but, is there a chance for them on a different labor category, whether it's with that contract or another one? So, I, as a recruiter, will do my due diligence to do that. And sometimes it takes, and sometimes it doesn't. It just depends on the team needs.
Yes.
Just because it is, sometimes just based on the proposal and what their capabilities are, but it's always worth a shot. So, I would say definitely just connecting with as many recruiters as you can is really important, because again, it's the same for recruiters. You might have some recruiters who are willing to try and go to bat, and some that won't, and so just definitely, if you find some that are willing to work with you, like myself, definitely latch on, and use that insight.
Let me throw out a comment and then a question that came up here to everybody on here. If you get a call from a recruiter, even if you're working, answer the call, okay? Because at a time when they need you, they want to hear from you, and there may be a time you want them to talk to you, and if you haven't responded to them in the past, they might remember that you didn't respond to them. Okay, so that's part of your network. There is a question that comes here. It says, do you know of any companies that provide apprenticeship opportunities?
Not that I necessarily work with, but I mean, I can always do a check just because I don't work with any that do them. I mean, we have some that, you know, not necessarily an apprenticeship, but would still do like a full-time contract that is completely entry level, you know, just somebody that's maybe like an IT enthusiast or help desk or something like that. So we do get those from time to time where it's not necessarily requiring a hard set work experience. You know, I think like I work with Peraton, they've done that. Lidos sometimes, you know, they've done that where they're just taking enthusiasts, knowing that they can train them. 1901 group is part of Lidos. They're really good about that, about hiring folks who just really want to get in there, maybe had some schooling or maybe have not had schooling, just had, you know, a little bit of experience, and they want to just try to train them up, you know, in an attempt, because they like to be able to promote from within. So I think that's another one too, finding companies that do want to promote from within, you know, that are willing to kind of take somebody under their wing, train them up, you know, give them that opportunity.
How important are certifications?
In this space, very important. I would say it's definitely going to be a top thing on a job description. You know, that's because sometimes a certification can even counteract experience depending on the job. You know, or especially if it's a certification that's a little harder to come by, or just, you know, just requires a little rigor to get. You know, if we see value in that, if the manager sees value in that, sometimes they are willing to forego a little experience somewhere for the sake of taking somebody that has it.
So Alex, having completed the CWCT program like 2.5 weeks ago, I'm not certified yet. Do I put down in my resume that I am working towards certification in Sec Plus, CEH, Cisco CyberOps?
Yes. Yeah, I would, just because you want to definitely be honest with that, just because, again, some managers are okay if you're still in the process, you know, of completing it. You know, if you have an anticipated completion date, I would include that. You know, some want you to have it by the time you're stepping in for the interview. It kind of just depends. And so I would hate to put someone forward thinking that they had it completed if it wasn't, you know, quite there yet. So we just want to have a better understanding of where you're at. So I would always put a projected completion date if it's not yet, you know, to term.
Okay, thank you.
But usually that won't turn recruiters away if that's like a concern, especially if you're saying, you know, if it's completed soon, you know, if you're completing it in, you know, April 2023 or something like that. I'm like, oh, okay, they're almost done. You know, that I think that's as good as basically having it right. So it definitely would steer me away from wanting to contact someone.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at least 1 month for each certification, and they give us 3 vouchers for free. So, you know, end of April, May, and June.
Yeah, I would definitely say you're working on them, you know, just put in progress, and then, you know, the expected completion date, if you know that information. If not, just put in progress, because then again, it's just adding additional keywords to your resume that might help populate, you know, on a recruiter search.
Okay.
Just because if I'm
So,
looking for a specific, you know, if I'm looking for Security Plus, you know, and you didn't have it on your resume, but now you do, and it's in progress. Now I'm like, oh, okay, he does, you know, I can definitely call and discuss something with you where I otherwise thought you didn't have it.
You're going to go look at my resume in about 4 minutes, right?
You want to send it? I can include, you know what, I'm going to throw out my email too. That way, if people do have a resume they'd like to email me, that way it'll just go right.
That's dangerous to do.
That's okay. I enjoy talking to people, or I wouldn't be in this job.
Yeah, we're getting close to the bottom of the hour, but you know, what would you tell this audience how to get recognized? Again, you know, you get, I don't have any idea how many emails you get or letters or whatever it is, but what really stirs you to engage back, besides the fact that if it's an assignment?
Like, so if somebody engages me is what you mean?
Yes.
I think just intent. You know, I kind of just want to get an understanding of what someone's looking for. You know, I don't want to see a message that looks like it was generic and copy and pasted to 50 other people. I want to get an understanding of what someone's looking for. So, and I want to, you know, and I think it goes both ways. You know, I think candidates also like to see that, something personalized versus something that looks like I sent to 200 applicants. You know, you don't want to see like, okay, I'm one of many. I want to feel like it's a little more personalized.
Yeah, how important it is to have correct grammar and spelling. Is that a problem if you get something that has errors in it, etc.? Do you exclude that, or you find that that doesn't matter to the recruiting population?
You know, it kind of just depends. You know, I never want to, it just depends on how many typos. I mean, if you made a couple, I'm not going to judge. You know, I think if it's riddled with them and you're a seasoned professional, you know, it kind of just depends. You know, I think it's a little pickier and maybe like an HR type function where they're doing a lot more writing and things like that. But if someone's a little more technically inclined, you know, if they've got aptitude, I mean, I'm not going to judge too harshly, especially if they meet the requirements that I need. You know, I'll be a little more open. You know, so I just try to be just open. Awesome. Well, did anyone else have any other questions? Final thoughts, comments?
I personally want to thank you. This is an amazing opportunity for those of you who are on this particular breakout room. High quality company. They represent lots of lots of corporations, companies that are could be your key. So she gave you some good advice today. Hopefully you'll engage and enact. So thank you, Alex, for being here, for being one of our partners in this program, and as much as anything else for caring.
Of course, yeah. Thank you guys for having me. Again, I've got my LinkedIn and my email in the chat. So if you have a resume, please feel free to, you know, email it over to me, connect with me, and I'll do my best to get you connected. If I can't help, you know, try to point you in the direction of somebody who can. So again, we've got about 500 recruiters at our company. I think we're bound to find one that can help. So because we all want to work together to try to get people placed, you know, especially in this job market. I know how hard it is, especially, you know, breaking into a field. So we want to do what we can to support you guys. All right.
Alex,
Thank
once
you guys.
again, thank you very much.
so
Good
much.
night.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Sorry, y'all. I'm going to record her session. Hey, Megan.
Hey there. Thanks for joining. Looks like we have a good group on. Well, my name is Megan Spillers. I'm a military recruiter here at Booz-Allen, but I've been with the firm for, gosh, over 12 years in different roles. I've actually worked on the university side and then have recently moved to military recruiting. And I work specifically with our cybersecurity teams. We are growing so rapidly in that area. So, you know, when Steve was telling me about this program, definitely made sense to dial in and learn a little bit more about you all. And I'm, you know, I'm really here to help to answer any questions that you have. And I put my LinkedIn in the chat on the last. I'm not sure if you guys still have access to that, but I'll put it again here. So, you know, we can feel free to just continue to stay in touch. You're welcome to reach me on LinkedIn. And I really am here to help advocate for, you know, not just while I focus on veterans and transitioning military, you know, I work with folks, you know, with all sorts of backgrounds. So, you know, certainly happy to help
as you guys kind of navigate this employment process. Are there any immediate questions that you all have?
Yeah, so again, so I just had a question. I did message through the LinkedIn, so thank you for posting that. But so I wanted to find out how far it goes, because in terms of rehires, essentially, because I was offered, I think about a year and a half ago, I was offered a position here at Booz-Allen, but I had right around that time, I had a family emergency that completely forced me not to be able to proceed. I got the offer letter and everything. I work with the Army National Guard, and also I'm actually now in the Air Force Reserves. So it was unfortunate how it all went out. So I wanted to know how it works in terms of rehires. What is the, well, not essentially rehire because it didn't go through to the end, but like, what is the process going to be like? And what are the current either cyber or network operation jobs? Because that's what I did with the Army National Guard and currently with the reserves as well.
Great. Well, first off, thank you for your service. We appreciate it so much. And we have an amazing military community here at Booz-Allen. I think 30% of our organization now is former veterans and a lot of reservists as well. Let's get in touch, I would say, after this, James, and I can talk to you separately, but we definitely have had folks in that situation where they've received an offer, maybe have had to turn it down for whatever reason, but we've come back to them. What I would tell you is take some time and just look through our careers site and try to identify a few positions that interest you, that you are qualified for. One thing that I wanted to reiterate here, I have a presentation, I'm not going to go through it since people are jumping in and out, but one big thing to highlight for Booz-Allen is that when you look at our job descriptions, you'll see a you have section and a nice to have section. So for our jobs, you really have to meet the basic qualifications, which are the you haves. The nice to haves are extra. So we don't necessarily look at those unless we have a lot of candidates that are well qualified. We might look at the nice to haves, but James, go through and just pull out a few positions, even if it's just one or two, pull out a couple, and then you can even send me the position numbers and I can share your resume with the recruiter. So yeah, happy to do that for you. And we'll see if that gets the ball rolling.
Yeah.
Of course. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Stephanie. I have a question. So I go through Booz-Allen's postings probably like twice a week. But the problem that I'm finding is that I don't have any background in IT or cybersecurity. I do have my Security Plus, I have a clearance, I'm a signal officer in the Army. But every time I look at the postings, it says that you need, most of them are at a minimum of 2 years of experience. So I'm not sure how to like navigate that.
Yeah, that is something that has shifted in the last year or so, because it used to be, I'd say a couple of years ago, they weren't necessarily looking for the experience. We had an abundance of positions and they were typically looking for clearances or Security Plus. And I have also noticed that in the last year, that's been added on to some of our positions. And I think honestly, it's just because the landscape of the environment, things have become a little more competitive. We have more folks with cybersecurity backgrounds, so it makes sense. But I will tell you, I mean, yes, I said you have to meet those minimum qualifiers, the you haves that are listed on the job description. But you can flex. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be like 2 years professional experience. That is ideal. But if you have some, even if it's in like through coursework or volunteering, you have some exposure to the IT world, and can incorporate that on your resume. Hiring managers, I think, will want to talk to you. So same thing that I told James, please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn and I'll do what I can to, at least you send me the job number, I can flag the recruiter on your resume and try that path. So I would say, yeah, don't get discouraged. It can be, frustrated when you see that and say, saying I don't have the 2 years. So that really limits me. But again, if you kind of take on projects or part-time work, anything that, can build that, you'll get to those 2 years, or even if it's a year and a half, you'll get there. So, but let's see. I mean, there are some positions I've even looked at where they post that initially, and if they're not finding the right candidate, they will flex on that qualification.
Okay, that was
So, okay, good. Great question. Anyone else have questions? If not, I can kind of
Yeah,
tell you
I
guys.
have
Go
I
ahead.
have one more question. So my issue, I submitted a couple resumes or whatever, and I have master's of cybersecurity, I have an MBA, I have a couple of certifications. I did like 2-3 years experience in cybersecurity. I'm a retired police officer, but I think my issue is I had top secret clearance when I was detailed out to the FBI for 6 years as a task force officer. However, that my last assignment was 2 years ago, and I'm currently retired. So I don't have an active security clearance. And I keep getting these emails that, hey, you're a good fit for this position from Booz-Allen. Every time I apply, it's almost like either the algorithm to read the resumes or whatever have you. And it's like I'm not even, getting invited to the next step. So I don't know what I'm actually doing wrong here.
Okay, yeah, no,
And
great
if
question.
if I have expired top secret clearance, how can I reactivate?
Well, we do sponsor some folks for clearances, so it's not impossible. I think, I work on the military recruiting team, so there is a priority to certainly get folks with clearances, but it's not impossible by any means. I know dozens of people that have been hired into the firm without, a TSSCI. So same thing, send me your resume and connect on LinkedIn. You can actually, if you're on LinkedIn, I'll put my email in the chat as well.
Okay.
And I truly believe what they were saying in that first session about networking being the best way in. Couldn't agree more. I was referred into the firm. I think connecting with as many folks as you can is extremely helpful, because as a recruiter, we do get, there are hundreds of resumes sometimes on one position. So there are times when, resumes aren't reviewed. So really use recruiters, opportunities like this. And by just showing up here, you're already showing initiative. So, connect with folks and send your resume to me. You see a position, let me know, and I'll do what I can to kind of advocate and push it along. Because I do think that it really does help. And don't get discouraged on the clearance, because there are certainly some that do require them, but
I was kind of getting discouraged because a lot of jobs that required the top secret clearance. I'm like, you know what? I always see on the forums where the government complains that they're losing talent to private industries. But here, I'm a product of working for a government agency for 25 years, 7 with the federal government. And it's like, because my clearance expired 2 years ago, so obviously I'm retired. And it's like, I have no choice but to go to the private industry now because of it. So there's got to be a kind of a solution for people like in my situation, or even others that have.
So
have you heard anything
Megan,
about
my
excellence?
About what?
I was just going to mention, and then I know there's another question. Tech excellence is something that you may want to take a look at. If you look for it on our career site, you can even just search tech excellence. I don't know what your location preferences are, because there are some requirements with that where they are looking for folks in DC Metro.
Okay, yeah, because I saw a lot of jobs. I'm in Tampa, so I saw a lot of jobs in
Tampa.
I think it's a MacDill Air Force Base up here, and those are the ones that I applied, and I kept getting the same response.
Yeah, I know we've got a lot in Tampa, but I understand the requirement on the clearance. Yeah. That's one that, I'll have to take a look at. So definitely send your resume my way, and I'll review it. And I actually have contacts internally that I can route your resume to within teams and kind of socialize it internally. So I can let them know we've met through this avenue, what your location preferences are, and we'll see what they come back with.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Of course, thanks for being here. I think there was another question.
Yes, Megan, my name is Brian Bourne.
Hi
I'm
there.
sitting about 335 days from having my clearance go uncaged. So I'm actively like looking, because I know that I have basically 24 months, and contracting can take a little bit to get into something. I have no certifications. I have a CI human background, as well as operations and logistical management, but I am trying to get into the cybersecurity field. I want to stick with something in digital forensics, which I have done hands-on in the CI human world for 4 years. How do you convey that across? Because according to 8570, if I don't have a cert, I'm not qualified.
What are your location preferences?
Right now, I'm looking to go back to UAE. We'll put it that way, just to keep my clearance active.
Okay. Yes, I would say try not to lose the clearance. You've got that. One thing I mentioned, the tech excellence. If you want to be in digital forensics, I think taking a look at that program would be amazing. It's actually it's an upskilling program, which I know you probably hear upskilling programs all the time and kind of get tired of hearing about them. But the beauty of this one is that if you are hired into it, you're hired in as a permanent employee. So you're hired into Booz-Allen, you go through the program. It's like I want to say it's like a 5-week program, and you walk away with your a voucher to get your CYSA. So
I'm also using, I'm going to be using CWCT. I'm focused on getting the CHFI. Then I want to get the SEC Plus. That's just me at 8570. And then I am looking at either the Red Hat or this CyberOps Associate. I'm probably going to have to hold off on the CyberOps Associate, just because between the SEC Plus, which I should be able to do rather easily, but the CHFI is just going to be, it's going to be grueling enough. And I didn't really, not to blast anybody, I didn't really have a really good professor for the cyber ops. So I have to re-resource that myself, so that I make sure I understand the material before I even attempt to do the carry-on quizzes to get the voucher for that.
Okay, well, you're on your way. I mean, you've got, it sounds like you've already got some great certs. As part of your plan. I think networking is going to be critical. Just starting now, send me your resume. I'll try to float it along to the right people here, and then send me specific job numbers that interest you, that align with the location preference. Just include as much information in that email, and I'll.
Don't you guys still have the contract at NGIC?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, I know a lot about Booz-Allen. You guys also have the. Do you guys still have the stateside CI HUMIT for regional locations? I can't remember what the name of the contract is, but it has offices in Washington, Florida, Bragg, all over the place.
Yeah, and Bragg. Yep, that sounds familiar. I'm not as familiar with the specific contracts being on the recruiting side of it.
And do you guys have contracts?
I will say no. We have an abundance of work in the cyberspace, and it's just continuing to grow. We are yes, we can't hire fast enough, but it's just making sure that we're aligned on skill set, and that's if you can continue to just build, use that clearance and then build the certifications, that's the best way in for sure.
Well, I agree, but the same hang up that Lee has, and I'm pretty sure almost everybody else in the room, that TSSCI requirement, it's a hard stickler because of government contracting.
Yeah.
And an RRU can take up to 386 days, even in my situation.
Yeah, no, I hear you loud and clear. It's been a topic that continues to come up. I mean, while we love to see it, I think there's a good chance that they'll shift back to, bringing in more folks that don't have the clearances. I I know coming from the university space, they weren't always required at all. They would, you know, those positions typically open up in the fall. The challenge with those more entry-level positions are the compensation. So you've got to be able to kind of, you know, I don't want to say come in at a lower level, but sometimes it's just getting your foot in the door, and then working your way, you know, to the position that you want. So that's one way to get around kind of the clearance requirement, is looking at those positions that tend to pop up more in the fall. Some in the spring, but the abundance of them come through in the fall. I want to make sure I'm getting to all the questions, but I can come back if you have any others too. Is it Zareta? Am I pronouncing that?
Got it. Spot on.
Hey there.
I just have a couple questions. My first one is, I was wondering, as far as like being able to make some of those interactions and build relationships, are there any opportunities that you know of, like specific hiring events or conferences that y'all typically like to go to and you know, meet people? And then also, I know you've been at Booz-Allen for quite some years. Well, I'm looking at your LinkedIn, like you were contracting the full time. What brings you back? What keeps you here, like there?
That's a great question. I'll start with that one while it's fresh. I mean, the people absolutely keep me here, as well as we have the stability that comes with a firm that's been around for 100+ years. So even when things feel maybe unstable with what's going on in the economy or whatever, we consistently are able to hold on to folks. So that's a wonderful thing. Also, you know, again, having that stability of being a 100-year-old company, but also we work in small collaborative groups. So you really get to know your teams well. I adore everyone that I work with, and they, you know, we just work well together. And then the emphasis that they put on growth and development. I've worked at other consulting firms, and it's always prioritized, I think, in a lot of firms, but at Booz-Allen, they really do invest in you, and, you know, you're given essentially money every year that you could put towards continued education, certifications, conferences. So they really do want to see you grow and develop. So that's kept me here. To answer your question about different events, we are really trying to do more face-to-face events like these. As much as I dislike virtual, in some ways it's nice because we can reach so many people. So it's great to see you guys here. I love events like this because I can, again, connect with you, connect with me on LinkedIn, send me your resume. It's just the best way to access recruiters and to establish that relationship. I didn't get your background. So are you new to cyber? What's your?
Yeah, I'm new to cyber. I'm currently a product manager. So I've gotten like the insight into like what it's like working in the tech space, but I'm really looking for something more purposeful. And like just personally, I recently went through my own cyber attack a year ago, and it was like traumatic. So I really want to be in a space that I feel like I can grow in continuously and actually enjoy and help people. So I'm really interested in the cloud. I love the cloud. So I'm working on getting like Microsoft certification.
Right.
So my first one is the Microsoft Azure fundamentals. And then just working on, right now I'm on the system admin track for CWCT. So
nice. Those are all great. Yeah, I would say also take a look at tech excellence. I don't know what your location preferences are. Where are you focused? Are you?
So I'm actually in DC. I just looked it up. So
oh, you are nice. Well,
pretty
that I have to say is a huge benefit. Well, we have offices everywhere. I was on an international call last night. We are literally everywhere. It feels like the bulk of our work is DC Metro. It's not a requirement for a lot of our jobs, but if you are able to be in DC or you are in the DC area, it opens up so many doors. So that's just something to keep in mind too for other folks that are running into roadblocks. I know, some people are opposed to that, to a move, but a lot of our roles are hybrid. So yes, there are some that require on-site delivery if you're in a SCIF. There are so many that are just hybrid where you can, work remotely part of the week and pretty flexible in that sense. So that's really nice. And I started in DC. I was up there for 10 years and then, I'm now in Raleigh. So I think if you're a little flexible, again, it just opens up a lot of doors. And that's something to emphasize during your, interviews or calls with recruiters.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing that out.
Of course. Yeah, happy to help. Nice to meet you. Who was next? Joshua? Sorry, I wasn't sure who was next.
It was me, Megan, Eric Vega. How are you?
Hey, Eric, doing well. How are you?
So I'm trying to leave the DC metro market and I'm trying to get to North Carolina.
Okay.
This seems to be a very tough market to break into. I have a clearance, I have education, et cetera, et cetera. I completed both the sysadmin and the forensics track at Ivy Tech. So I'm just looking to transition down here. Do you have any recommendations? People I can contact down here? I've seen some different openings throughout Raleigh, along with the Camp Lejeune domain. Like I said, I'm just trying to leave DC Metro.
Okay. Let's see. So you don't have a clearance. I wasn't sure what your background was, right?
Yeah, I have a top secret clearance.
Oh, you do have a top secret. Oh, okay. Yeah. Send me your resume, but my email is in the chat, and then you can connect with me on LinkedIn and shoot your resume over, and I can share it with our North Carolina recruiters.
Okay, perfect.
And we'll see what we can do.
Sure.
Yes, we are growing rapidly in this area as well, but a lot of those positions, Camp Lejeune or hybrid, might require a clearance. So that's just something to keep in mind. But yeah, send it over and I'll take a look.
All right, sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, I'm not sure who was up next. And apologies for the dog in the background.
I think Josh up next.
I'm sorry, who was it?
Prudence.
Prudence. Okay, nice to meet you.
Hey Megan, how you doing?
Hi there.
Well, so this is a real opportunity to finally meet somebody from Booz-Allen. I applied a couple of times, never get a chance, even to get a call for interview. I'm like, how tough it is to get in. So a little bit about myself. I've been in software development, graduated from George Washington University, full stack web developer. But really that's not what I want to do. I built a couple applications, back, front, whatever. And I've been part of a CWCT program with the track system administration. I'm number2 winner of USCC Cyber Board Championship, 24-hour capture flag capture. And I also attend other 3 certifications in cybersecurity. So I have on my belt 4 or 5 cybersecurity. That's a lot of tremendous time that I put in and put on my software development on hold because that's what I want to do. But I just want a chance for somebody to listen to me at the interview. I don't know why we have to beg to get a job. This is just crazy because it's tears and blood. We have, it's not even a job.
I've been there. I get it. I know.
And then we do all that, and then we have is like begging for job. Like, just listen, just hire me. So I'm like,
I know it.
This is a tough.
Oh, I know. It's frustrating.
So this is an opportunity for me just to talk in visual face, and to someone to hear my voice. And I stand for everyone here. It's really tough to get in. But I believe one day we'll break through it. So that's my word.
Thank you for that.
I live in Maryland, and the
you are.
to me is Annapolis. I believe you guys have an office in Annapolis, Maryland. Yeah.
We do. We have a few Maryland locations, and the proximity to DC is great. If that's something you're open to, and staying there, that is honestly, that's become one of the first questions from my hiring managers is, are they open to DC Metro? Because I think given this remote environment that we have fallen into, which we were actually set up to be remote prior to pandemic. So we were really well equipped to handle all of that. But the proximity to our SCIFs, if you have a clearance, it's, that is not changing. We are starting to open up, we already have a lot of regional offices and they're opening up and growing. But, if I keep emphasizing this, but the proximity to DC and the ability to work in DC with an interest in cyber is definitely, I think prioritized because that's where the majority of our work is. I'm going to say the same thing. Please send me your resume. I'm going to take some time tomorrow, go through resumes and try to just, get your resume to the right recruiters. I think, your background sounds interesting. Do you have a clearance?
No, I don't have a
No
clearance.
Okay. But eligible to obtain a clearance?
Yes, I'm clean. I don't think I have anything that can go against me. No, yeah. But most of the cybersecurity job they ask for clearance. But if you never give a chance for someone to just to try to see if it's gonna be a good fit, if it's come from you have good moral ethic and check the background, even before to start investigation to clear the person. I mean, everybody start from somewhere, so you guys have to give a chance to everyone. That down the road, that when you see, that person have some background that hold him, okay, he boosts himself out of the line, so, but at least give the person a chance and see, okay, can he be clear? Because not everybody are clearable,
Yeah, I hear you. With something that we have been listening to as well. I think that the clients that we work with tend to want the clearance, so that gets put on our job descriptions because and just to give some background, it's essentially around, our work. We call it billable work. So we want, ideally our employees should be working on client site. And if you have a clearance and can come in, day one and already have that clearance, then you can be on billable work, which is, makes the company healthier. It's not to say we're not going to hire folks that don't have a clearance. They're just a little bit, the positions are harder to come by. So it takes a little bit more patience, but, continue to keep looking and, like I said, connect with me, send me your email, and I can do a search for you to see what positions come up that don't require the clearance and, see if we can take it from that approach. And then again, I'm going to put it in the chat, but Tech Excellence is another program to look at where it's essentially an internal training program. You're brought in as a permanent employee, and then we train you on the certifications that are needed to work on our client sites. So we're leaning more towards that model where folks, if they don't have certain certifications, we can, still bring you on permanently and essentially get you prepared to work on those sites.
We have Accenture.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't understand.
Do
And
not
I'm
be
on
sorry.
Yeah, I'm on PST, so I am constantly having to calculate.
No, we literally have like 20 people in Booz-Allen and Microsoft still from 7. So it's a little all over the place. So just hop where you can. Fatima, just message me.
Our registration link. That's where you'll begin the conversation with us. Please fill out as much information as you possibly can. You need to fill out to complete all the way through, at the very minimum, provide the essentials, because that's all the essential information that we need to know. The more information you provide.
Accenture and see if he needs any help there, but I don't know who's recording.
Okay.
This room.
I'm joining now, Accenture, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I don't know who's recording this room, but.
Oh, is it me? Let me see.
Steve was still talking when I jumped over here. I'm a Microsoft employee, happy to give of my time, as the t-shirt alludes, part of our program, but I don't have any hiring function. I can coach you through processes and kind of talk about, what it's like to apply, what the interview process is like. But, the great thing about it is that I can come to these spaces and participate in this without, any sort of promise of a job, because I don't have any jobs to promise. You know, it's just part of my role. Happy to answer any questions. But as people drop in and out, I did drop my LinkedIn profile in the other screen, so feel free to grab it. I don't know if you have access to the chat forever, but this is your time. I want you all to take advantage of it and use all the time you have. Hit me with all the hard questions.
Hi, my name is Mike Alvarado. I'm a student at CWCT. Pretty much coming to an end here. I got one more class left and I'll be done. I've gotten a few certifications already, and crossing that threshold of starting to search for jobs, and a little anxious about it, to be honest with you. I do have IT experience in communication on the civilian side and in the military, but it's a big step going into cyber, and I think a lot of us are probably experiencing that type of anxiety, where you're stepping into a role where you're not sure what to expect or what's going to be asked of you. So I've always worked in a team environment in the civilian side, in the fire department, and in the military and the communications type space. So I was curious to see what kind of jobs are out there in the cyber field that involve more teamwork and less individualism.
So great question, and probably I'm not the most skilled person to answer this. Steve and I met, and Steve, I work as a customer success account manager. I have a graduate degree in cyber just because I was curious about it. My background is I was an intelligence analyst. I'm fascinated by cyber warfare, fascinated by all types of warfare, honestly. And so that's kind of how I got connected with Steve. And you know, when he asked, you know, I was happy to participate in this, but I don't think I could probably answer specifically in like a cyber environment, because I have connections who work inside Microsoft who work in cyber environments, but that's not actually specifically what I do on a day-to-day basis. I did want to touch on something you did say though a minute ago, Mike, and I appreciate your vulnerability and honesty. And that is, you know, you're entering the workforce, you know, in a career pivot in a very interesting time, and in terms of economics. You know, the biggest tech firms in our country, you know, over the course of the last 6 months have laid off 200,000 people. You know, so the competition is a bit more fierce, but there is still, even with 200,000 people out there in the workforce, there's still jobs that are available. So it may not be with a Netflix or a Amazon or a Google or Meta, but there are definitely jobs that they're hiring for. Cleared work, anybody who's cleared on the call, you're going to have an advantage in any space just simply because of a clearance. They're not extremely difficult to obtain, but they take a lot. And it's sort of one of those clubhouses where once you're in, and you're out, you're out. There are companies out there and there are opportunities where they'll sponsor you. But, you know, Mike, I definitely hear you when you say that it's sort of nerve-wracking. You know, I do a lot of mentorship, do a lot of work in this community. And, you know, I've got folks who I've worked with who've hit the 1,000 applications mark and they're still not getting anything. They're great, they're talented. It's the nature of where we're at. You mentioned some certs. What certs have you got?
So far, I had the A+ before. I got the Security Plus, and I have the Cisco Cyber Ops, and I'm working on the Certified Ethical Hacker.
Yep.
And I have a degree in emergency management. So
if you want to work in
the side of the Army Communications, I've got a certification from Fort Gordon.
If you want to work in DoD spaces, Sec Plus is a must. So, you know, in order to be DoD 8570 compliant, and there are spaces where there are still jobs. There's plenty of availability. It's sort of a tough market with, if, you know, I've got some candidates that I work with who they only want to work with one of the firms that just ended up doing a lot of those layoffs. And it's like, you know, it's kind of hard because we don't really know what the conditions are going to be. I mentioned this before everybody joined. I wanted to let you know, my name is Jonathan Tennis. I put my contact information in the other chat. I work for Microsoft. I do not have any hiring functions. I can't hire anybody, but as a person who cares about giving back to the community through mentorship, through just participating talks like this, feel free to reach out to me. Given the size, it's going to take a little while to get through all the messages, but I'm happy to schedule some time, look at your individual cases, and just see if there's anything that I can do to help. I have, on a personal level and note, been laid off in the past. Job market was a little bit different. I was in Tampa at the time, and I was looking in a very, very small niche market, so it was a little bit harder for me to find a role. But there is a lot of need in cyber, and so I don't want you to enter the market saying, well, why did I spend all this time doing all of this stuff, getting all these certs, and there are no jobs out here? There are jobs. It just might be a little bit of a struggle right now, just given with everything that's going on. But as Steve Ryder mentioned, as we move more and more things online to the cloud, there's never going to be an end to the need in cyber, and we're never going to be able to keep up with the talent pipeline needs. I just talked to 100 high schoolers last Friday, and I wasn't trying to tell them, hey, go into cyber, but I was like, hey, we need y'all in tech. It's just, that's the reality. We're falling behind when it comes to tech talent, and so it was kind of encouraging him to move in that direction. Did I lose you, Mike? Okay, just lost. Anybody else?
Samuel, we can't hear you if you're trying to talk to us. I see your mouth moving, but I don't hear any sound.
Good looking out, Chrissy.
That's what I'm here for.
No, I saw him go off mute too, and I was like, I'm a little bit hard of hearing in one of my ears, so I was wondering if it was one of those moments.
1 second, he's working on it.
That's okay. Anybody else can jump in, because I want to, take advantage. You got 22 minutes. I see people coming in, coming out. Hit me with any question.
I just joined here, so what are we doing here? Sorry.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, my name's Jonathan. I work for Microsoft. I'm a customer success account manager. My background is I do have a degree in cyber. I do deal a lot with giving back to the community by trying to talk talent pipeline and to help folks with resumes and LinkedIn optimization, help people with networking. Although I don't directly work in cyber myself, there are a lot of connections I can make inside of Microsoft for folks that I've worked with in different projects that could help. So that Steve and I connected a year or so ago, and it was just every time one of these happens, he invites me and I show up to just kind of speak and give assistance, to just be a voice, someone that you can connect with and say, hey, I know one person in Microsoft. If Microsoft is where you want to be. That get after what you were looking for, Christian?
Yes, definitely. I tried a couple of times, but no luck. I'm still trying. It would be good to have a contact like you to probably tell me what I'm doing wrong or what I need to do in order to be able to attract the hiring managers and stuff like that.
Sure.
I'm more interested in the area of threat intel, so it would be good to connect with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And my contact info, my LinkedIn profile was in the original chat, and there aren't a lot of Jonathan Tennises, fortunately, on LinkedIn who look like me, so it's a relatively rare name. One thing I'll say is to something you just said, Christian, a minute ago. There's nothing you did wrong. There are, for example, we received somewhere in the neighborhood of multiple millions of resumes for every, for all the openings that we have on an annual basis. There's no way that a human can process that. So it could be a machine that eliminated you from a position or from competition. It could be that somebody else out there was more qualified, or had just better interview skills, whatever. I would absolutely encourage anybody who doesn't get the job to not think of it from the perspective of something that you did was wrong, because there isn't. There's just a lot of people out there right now competing for the same jobs. So if you and 100 other people are fighting over the same little slice of pie, there's not going to be much left, and somebody's not going to get any. And so it's definitely something. It's hard getting the no's. I had one employer. I won't name names, but there was a relatively large tech firm I had applied to over the years, last decade or so. And I went back through the other day, and I had submitted 150 applications to this one specific employer and never gotten beyond the single interview. So I had never progressed. And I continued going back because they're an employer that's relatively large and works in a particular field that I was interested in. I've applied to lots of jobs that I thought, I'm not going to get this, and gotten them. I've applied to jobs that said I'm going to get this and been turned down. So Over my 20+ year career, you know, I've been in those shoes. I've been waiting for that callback. It's a hard place to be. But like Steve said, and I thought he said it beautifully, you know, we're not worried about all the no's, because you know what, you know, to hell with those. We're worried about that one yes. That's what we're all working towards. And being here is really critical. Being here is extremely important because you're doing the work. That's one thing that in between all of the no's, in between all of that other stuff, you're doing the work to establish yourself, to make yourself more marketable, to get the certs that you need. So that way you can differentiate yourself from I don't want to say competition, but differentiate yourself as a candidate when you're applying for all these positions.
Awesome. Thank you.
You got this, man.
Hi, Jonathan. My name is Dakina Johnson, and I'm currently in the service, and I got about a year, probably about 18 months as I look forward to transitioning. And I was looking at the probability of moving into cloud security because I think there's a greater need for that. I currently do cybersecurity, but for you already know the higher you be going in leadership, the less time you have on the keyboards. And so currently, I must admit, I do suffer from imposter syndrome. Now, what's the probability of what are the steps that I need to take to transition to cloud security?
So, did you say you're in the service?
Yes, I am.
Okay, fantastic. And you said you've got 18 months?
Yes, I am. Yes,
cool.
I am.
So what's your command support level for a program called MSSA, and what's your familiarity with them? You're on mute.
I am familiar with it, and it's just but the timeline, and because I have such a vast time, so I'm trying to start the network and build it, but the command will support me as I transition. Good.
No, that's huge. I mean, you know, so much of a transition story is based on command support and based on how much time you have. I applaud you for starting 18 months out. I transitioned out of Iraq, and so I didn't have a lot of time to transition. I basically got back from a plane and I had like 30 days to clear post and to be done with my service. So my transition story is terrible, and I stumbled a lot and failed a lot along the way. I got lucky too. And so, yeah, having 18 months is good. Getting that network started now is fantastic. I was talking with someone the other day about networking. I asked people to spend about an hour a week doing LinkedIn, you know, because that's a fairly easy ask. And I asked people to set aside 15 minutes of that time just reaching out to people. In 15 minutes, especially if you copy and paste something so simple as a couple sentences, you don't need to tell your whole life story. Just say, hey, see, we both served. I'm interested in this field, would love to connect. 2-3 sentences is enough. If somebody wants to connect, great. If they don't, pass on, keep going. I accept a lot of connect requests as long as they're not like, I mean, there's definitely LinkedIn there's a lot of phishing that takes place. When I'm talking about phishing, I'm talking about PHISH, you know, phishing. And so, I mean, I look out for that, but otherwise, I mean, reach out to folks, spend about 15 minutes each week, spend half an hour, whatever you can dedicate, spend that time, because the investment that you're going to get is, say you send 10 connection requests a week, you do that for 10 weeks, you've got 100 connection requests out there. Most likely you'll get 50% acceptance. It's 50 new connections, 50 new possibilities of people, and then invest in those connections, you know, participate in LinkedIn, you know, like content, share content, post about what you're going through. Even 18 months out, your transition story is yours and it's unique, but you're already starting it. One of the things I tell anybody who served in the military, no matter what, on day one, the military should start preparing us for leaving the service, because no matter how long you serve, everyone becomes a civilian again. But yeah, feel free to reach out. I'm happy to connect with you. We can talk MSSA stuff if you'd like. That goes for anybody else on the call. For those who aren't familiar with it, Microsoft Software and Systems Academy is a 17-week program, focuses on cloud, server, or cyber operations in different cohorts. Used to be funded through the GI Bill. Microsoft now funds it completely. It's something I volunteer and mentor with resume reviews and interview preparation, but it's a great way to invest in yourself, and it costs you nothing other than your time. The determining factors are always, when it comes to transition and when it comes to investing in higher education, is if, can you do that for 17 weeks? It's a long program. It is intense. So it's Monday through Friday, 5 days a week. You're in class, full time. That is a job. So, if you're interested in learning more, please hit me up. I'm happy to talk more, send you the links. Actually, I think I can do this and multitask at the same time. I'll grab the link and drop it in the chat. Yeah, get after what you were looking for, sir.
Yes, you did. I will follow up with you on the MSSA program. Thank you again so much.
Absolutely. I see San Francisco in the background. Is that where you're at?
No, I'm in Georgia right now.
Well, that's almost like San Francisco. If you're in Georgia doing cyber, you're in Augusta, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I mean, I feel like that is pretty well known to everybody in the world. So a lot of construction going on down there.
If I may, the link you just sent, I'm sorry if I missed the previous information, but is this for active duty or is this for veterans or both?
Both, as a matter of fact. So
okay.
I've worked with folks who are transitioning. So like they're doing this as their skill bridge, and that was where early on Dakina and I were talking about if you've got command support and how important that is in the transition process, but they also accept veterans. So I've had folks who I've worked with who are 10 years out, and they're like, hey, I'm going to go ahead and use this card. The thing is that it's a card you've got in your back pocket. I'm fairly certain to be eligible, you have to have a DD-214 that shows, I don't remember all the categories, but I think it's honorable, other than honor. I mean, I think you just can't have a dishonorable discharge, which I would hope that, nobody on the call does, or nobody on the call would not understand how detrimental a dishonorable discharge would be.
Exactly. I'm a veteran as well. So what about education level? Is that a determining factor as well?
Not a determining factor. You do not need to be, but you need to be prepared for it's an intense 17-week course that's going to get down in the weeds on cyber, server, or cloud, depending on what cohort you get into. It is an application process, so not everyone who applies gets in. So again, it's the same sort of thing that you're dealing with the job market. How do you differentiate yourself from the candidates? But extremely military friendly. Microsoft doesn't even end up scooping up everybody who goes through the program. And so like a lot of MSSA grads, if you do search for MSSA on LinkedIn, you could find some alums, because some folks list it as part of their education or part of their experience. I've got probably now, I've been with Microsoft for 18 months, and I started supporting MSSA very early on. And I've got probably 30 folks who have graduated through the program. Really, really cool. Very moving, very neat. It's awesome to see the work they put in and, what they do. And so, yeah, definitely if you've got a background transitioning, if you're a veteran, please check it out. But this isn't just, those opportunities aren't just for, there's lots of opportunities out there for folks who didn't necessarily serve. So it's just an area that I know a lot about because I'm also a fellow veteran.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Jonathan, can I follow up with that? First of all, I like how you spell your name. That's the correct way of spelling Jonathan. There's no H in Jonathan. My long name is Jonathan. So I'm not military or ex-military. I've been law enforcement my entire career. Different skill set. What is something that you would recommend for that skill set? Because sadly, there's not that many kind of programs like that for people who want to transition out of law enforcement. There's really nothing. And there's no support from law enforcement to switch out of law enforcement. So I'm just trying to see what you'd recommend in that case.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, John. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah. I was on a call the other day with like 3 actual Jonathans who all went by Jonathan. And I was just like, it was like the Spider-Man meme. I was like, wait, what's going on here? If you're not familiar with it, Google Spider-Man meme. It's a good one. Yeah, I don't know what to say in terms of not having a support structure there, obviously kind of with a law enforcement shortage in our country, you know, law enforcement's not going to be encouraging folks to get out of law enforcement, right? But in terms of like, you know, you as a pivot point, is this a career pivot point where you're retiring and then moving into a new career, or is this, I've had enough and I want to move to a new career?
Yeah, yeah, so I've got 17, almost 18 years in. There's no retirement like that. And I've, let's see how to say this. They don't offer medical retirements in law enforcement.
Sure.
Kind of sucks to be you if you go through a critical incident, shooting, whatever. They're kind of like, you're kind of on your own, suck it up and deal. And if you leave, then you leave. So yeah, there's no retirement. It's definitely I've seen enough, been through enough. I need to change careers completely. So it's that kind of transition. And I've got, you know, master's degrees. I've got all kinds of other stuff, just not in cybersecurity.
Sure. So, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I've not seen some of the same things. Tampa PD tried to recruit me when I got back from Iraq, and they were telling me what was going on there. I was like, no, thank you. Not to get shot at by Americans in East Tampa. I'll pass. It's rough. It's a tough world. I understand completely. But taking your experience, taking what you've done, and then pivoting, I guess, you know, without getting into the specifics, do you have sort of, are you comfortable with taking a break? You know, could you dedicate, you know, could you leave law enforcement and then take, you know, 3 to 6 months off for yourself? Not off being like, you know, on a vacation on a beach, but to kind of support that pivoting, because, you know, there are programs out there, you know, in terms of starting out, but you're doing the right thing by being here. But that's a question that, and if you don't feel like answering now, I completely understand. If you want to ping me one-on-one, we can have that chat and kind of talk about where you are and kind of what that looks like. But yeah, I mean, I talk with folks all the time who are transitioning. Most of them are veterans, and they're just like, I've had enough. And identifying that and saying that is a great thing to say when you're at like a 6 or 7 or an 8. A lot of folks I deal with are already at like a 12 or 13, where like they're well beyond the point of like, I've had enough. And on a scale of 1 to 10, they're right at 13, and they're like, that's when they decide to like speak up. So speaking up now, it sounds like before you're at that point is really good. But yeah, there aren't necessarily, I'm not as familiar with programs that specifically tailor and support law enforcement. But I'll definitely happy to look into it with you and see if there's anything that we can dig up.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. No, I'm sadly, I've got, well, not sadly, you know, married, kids, all that kind of fun stuff. That makes it more difficult to leave.
Sure.
To be fair, I'm a cop. My wife does make almost twice what I do. So she's much smarter. She's the brains of the operation. But taking out my salary for 6 months would be bad. So yeah. It's one of those things that it's hard to make that type of commitment. I'm this commitment, this program is great, fits into my schedule with all the other stuff that I've got going on.
Sure.
It's just, you know, I'm assuming we have to have, as you're talking about, like, you got to have at least certifications.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that's obviously something I'm looking at as the certifications, but I don't know what more I'd need to have to really pivot into this, because honestly, I'm not looking to do child porn, which is what a lot of digital forensics folks in law enforcement are doing. And I just,
yeah, no, that comes with an entirely separate set of massive issues in terms of complex trauma that's associated with it. I've read all sorts of stuff on the people who actually had to do the forensics and what happens to them. I mean, you cannot deal with stuff that is that evil and that awful and not have it impact you. So yeah, I totally get that. You don't want to trade one devil for another, you know, in terms of kind of traumas. So yeah, I get that. Yeah, I guess, you know, it's relatively location dependent. I want to say, because we have about 4 minutes left, I will stay here as long as necessary. I do not have anywhere else to go. I'm here until 9 o'clock. So, you know, I've got my contact information in there. If you don't get a chance to ask your question, you want to jump to another room, that's fine. If you want to jump back, I'll be sitting here. I don't think my room will close, but I'm here. John, I wanted to ask one more question of you, and I appreciate you telling me that, like, you know, in terms of your pivot, you're going to have to factor in your work. One of the guys I'm connected with on LinkedIn, his name is Chris Cooper. He just transitioned from being in law enforcement. I want to say he was Birmingham PD, and he moved into, just got his first IT role, but he would be a good connection, and I'll put you guys in contact with each other. And maybe he can talk a little bit, you know, at least you can see another brother who has gone through that and experienced that. So
Certainly. Appreciate it.
Oh, Emmanuel's still here. He lowered his hand. Emmanuel, do you still want to talk?
Yes. Just a quick question. Aside the MSSA, what other programs do you have for veterans to get into Microsoft?
So when you say like programs to get veterans into Microsoft, the programs are intended to help show there is a path and a way, but I don't want to misrepresent any of the programs and suggest that they are a path, a guaranteed path in. So
yes,
I hope I didn't come across that way.
Yes, you're good.
Cool. So with all the legalese aside, so hiring our heroes, if you're a current active duty military and you're transitioning away from the military, there are skill bridge opportunities where you can come in through hiring our heroes and have a fellowship where you have a 8 to 12 week experience where you essentially intern with the company. Those are the two primary ones I know of, but I don't work in military affairs. You know, I'm affiliated with the Military Employee Resource Group within Microsoft, but there is not. Yeah, so it's those are the ones I'm aware of. But connect with me, and I'll happy to talk more. I know a lot of this because of my background. I've talked a lot about vet stuff. I do want to ask if there are folks who are non-veteran on the line, if they have any questions. I wanted to kind of give you guys some space and a forum to ask some questions as well. Emmanuel, did I answer everything that you had?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, please connect and we'll touch base. I'm relatively active on LinkedIn. I'd love to hear. Somebody came off mute. If you'd go ahead and say what you need.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I did want to know if there was any non-military background positions available as far as like through any type of like apprenticeship or programs like that.
I'm sorry. Could
you hear me?
Yeah, I could. I just want to make sure I was clear on your question. And then could you pronounce your name? Is it Kafri?
Kafri, yeah, that's right.
Kafri. So was the question if there are non-veteran related positions?
Yes, that's right. Because I'm not a veteran, but I have a sort of a tech background.
Got another minute or so. How many folks do we have in here?
Right now it looks like we've got 9 total.
Okay, very cool. All right, we got 7:35. We'll give it another couple seconds here. All right, we'll go ahead and get started here. Yes, so you have to excuse my attire. I am wearing a Harley Davidson t-shirt. I just got back from my son's soccer practice, so I got off at 5 and went to my son's soccer practice, so I'm back here for that. So I apologize for that. One of the things we do at Duke Energy, we call level 1 safety. So for everybody on the call, make sure that you are clear of all hazards and you're aware of your surroundings. So take a moment to do that. So a little bit about myself. My name is Tyler Clemes, K-L-E-M-A-S. I've been at Duke Energy for just over 5 years now. kind of a jack of all trades. So I've kind of dabble in a little bit of everything, if you will. One of the things I've been doing since last year is leading up the military and veteran recruiting effort at Duke Energy. We had a veteran recruiter who left the company at the beginning of last year, and Duke decided to just kind of hope that, you know, numbers would continue to be the way they were. Quickly recognized that that was not the case, which they were not pleased with. So they brought me on to help out and lead the military and recruiting effort. I've been to a few of these calls that we're on today with UNC Charlotte, and we have hired out of this program. So a little bit about myself. I've been with the company for 5 years. I work in our customer delivery area as my primary MOS, if you will. And that is the organization within the company that provides power and lights and whatnot to residential customers. We have numerous different areas. We have, like I said, customer delivery, the residential type stuff, you know, the power lines and the underground stuff in the neighborhoods. We have transmission, which are the big power lines that go through to provide power to the substations to ultimately provide power to customer delivery folks. We have a fleet organization. We have cyber area, IT, and that is something that I also work on is with the IT and cyber folks. So one of the other things I do besides my regular customer delivery job, besides the military and veteran recruiting, is I work on app development. We call it Lighthouse. It is kind of our, you know, computer programs, applications that we use internally and externally. So I work on that team, developing apps with software engineers as well as cybersecurity folks, because cybersecurity is getting more complex by the day. So we need to make sure that we are on top of that. I am also, so I guess say my fourth job is that I am the chair of the Charlotte chapter of our employee resource group for veterans. It's called Together We Stand, and we go out into the community. We do community service, not just for veterans specifically, but we go to the men's shelter in Charlotte once a month and serve lunch. We do a lot of community projects. We brought the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund's Wall That Heals to Charlotte last year. And one of the things that we're doing next month is helping restore an 1800s era African-American cemetery that has been overgrown. So we are working on restoring that. And so and one of the things we also do is welcome our new veteran, self-identified veteran employees and make sure that they get fit in and get the resources that they need to be successful here at Duke Energy. When it comes to recruiting, my email address, if you want to write this down, excuse my kids if you can hear them running upstairs. My email address for recruiting is militaryrecruiter@duke-energy.com. I am the sole operator of that email address, and Duke is a very large company. We're a Fortune 125 company. We deliver power to residents in 6 states, and we are in wind and solar in over half the state. I don't have the chat capability. Can somebody put that in there? It's militaryrecruiter@duke-energy.com. So when we provide wind and solar we're in over half the states in the United States.
Did you say Duke
but our primary state
energy?
Correct.
Dot
com.
Military recruiter at duke-energy.com. Yeah. Oh, somebody else got it for me. Okay. Got it.
And that is if you are a candidate and you're looking for work, that is the #1 way to get in touch with me and ultimately get you a veteran's referral to a position. So kind of like what I was saying, we're a Fortune 125 company, very large, 30,000 plus employees. And so our job postings are typically listed from 7 to 14 days and anywhere in between. And every day it's just recycling positions. So it's hard to keep track of what's up, what's not, what's coming down, and when it's not. The one thing that I can suggest is that if you go onto the Duke Energy job board and you find a position that you feel that you would be a good fit for, one of two things, either apply for the position and then reach out to me and let me know that you applied for that position and get the rec number. It'll start with an R. So it'll be like R47568 or something like that. And give me that rec number and I can go into your application and add the military referral. And then, or if you're able to, some people, the application process is, it's not always the most user friendly. If you're able to, whenever you're going into an application, it'll ask where you saw the job or something like that. And you can hit, one of the selections is referral. And you could put my name, Tyler Clemes, Klemas. And when you do that, also send me an email, let me know where I know you from, where I met you from, which would be this program, the rec number, and I can go into your application and make sure that everything that you put for referral wise will get you at least a look. I normally, whenever somebody lets me know that they apply for a position, they typically will send me a resume. It's not required, just so I can look at it, let me know where I met them at, and then I can reach out to the hiring manager and the recruiter and let them know that I'm referring them. So it's kind of like a double referral. I just had an applicant email me Monday evening, I believe. He was a candidate in another college program in another state, similar to this one. And he was competing for one position that had 180 applicants. And ultimately the referral is what got him the position. So it's very important. When it comes to recruiting, it's tough to recruit for positions because they're not posted for very long. So the one thing that I suggest to candidates to do is keep an eye on the job board. Because it is changing every single day, every day, and in all areas of the company, cyber, IT, software development, physical security, and everything in between. And so one thing that I would suggest is send me an email, introduce yourself, let me know your background, talk about this program, what you've learned in this program, and I can kind of put some feelers out to see if there's anything coming down the pipe. I've talked for about 10 minutes now. So does anybody have any questions?
Tyler, I think this might be a question some are thinking, so I'm just going to ask it for them. We have some on here who may not be military that were accepted to our program. Would they still be able to put you as a referral even though they are not military?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. If you are not a veteran or not military, but you are in this program and you have taken the steps to come to an event like this, that shows me that you're dedicated. You can still put me down as a referral. You don't have to put down somebody that is in HR as a referral. If you know another employee, if you know the CEO of Duke, don't put me down, put her down, So if anybody has any questions or concerns, that is my email address is the military recruiter. But even if you're not a veteran, you can still email me on that email address. My goal is to help people succeed, regardless of who they are.
And then another question, and anybody, if you have questions, please feel free to ask. I just know some of the common ones that get brought up, because I know you said you guys deliver energy to 6 different states in your area. So for those who might be not living in that area, do you guys have virtual spots, or would a relocation be needed?
So it depends on the position, but Duke Energy does offer relocation packages. I believe it's normally in the ballpark, and don't quote me on this, even though you're recording it. I think normally it's about $5,000 to $10,000 if it is offered, and not every position. It is not offered for every position, so just keep that in mind. Hold on one second. Okay, and so what was the other question? I apologize.
Just if there are virtual is not the right word, and I cannot think of the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, I know.
Remote. Thank you. So, remote positions.
Yeah. Sorry, my wife's bringing me a water because I'm thirsty. Thank you, wife. All right, sorry. So we have at Duke Energy, we have 3 classifications. So we have the regular full-time employees, like if you're a lineman, you're going to work every day. You have your fully remote positions, which from my perspective, fully remote positions are pretty rare. If you get into the customer service areas, actually, let me rephrase that. If you get into customer service areas, some computer-oriented positions can be remote, but they do like collaboration and stuff like that. So most jobs, like the team that I'm on called Lighthouse, which is technically kind of like a digital transformation type thing. It's pretty much all app developers, software engineers, cybersecurity, IT folks, and then me. You're right. It's just the guy, the odd man out here. We're what's classified as hybrid, and so once COVID hit, the company really realized that we were just as effective working from home. And Duke has taken that into consideration kind of as we get, towards the end and past COVID. Duke has recognized that working from home does provide value. So most people are what's classified as hybrid, which is 2 days a week in office. And you pick those days. So like for my team, my boss lives in Florida. I've got teammates in Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, South Carolina. And so I've got a few teammates who are in Charlotte, which is where I'm at. And so I will collaborate with those teammates and we'll say, hey, let's come in Tuesday and Thursday. That's normally the days we'll do is Tuesday and Thursday. But, if I've got something going on, it's like, well, I'd rather come in Monday, Wednesday than I do. Duke definitely gives you the freedom to select those days, and nobody takes advantage of it because everybody's grateful for it. So most positions these days, especially for the positions that this program would be geared towards, would be labeled as hybrid. So you would be coming in 2 days a week normally, and you would get to select those days.
We've got about 10 minutes. Does anybody have any questions for Tyler?
Hi, Chris. This is
I know there's got to be something. There
okay,
it is.
hi, this is Damien. Hey, Tyler, thanks for meeting with us. Really appreciate your time. I applied for a position at Duke, and I noticed what it said is pending review. The application is. What's the time frame in which someone would get back to you, let you know whether or not you receive a position, invitation to interview for a position, or you were not selected? What's normally the time frame, would you say?
So have you heard back about that position at all?
No, I hadn't heard back. I noticed when I checked the candidates home, it says pending review. And I saw one where it says an endorsement request was sent, which I'm assuming someone referred is what that endorsement request said.
When did you apply for it?
It was around January 12th.
Yeah, so it can take some time.
Okay.
I say no news is good news sometimes, you know.
Okay.
So normally, kind of like I was telling you about the candidate that emailed me on Monday, I think he applied for his position in December. And again, there was 180 applicants for that position. And if you look on the Duke website, there's anywhere between 40 to 100 positions posted at any time. And, you know, we have limited resources and we have to go through and make sure we can get the best candidates. So typically the process is that 7 to 14 days, the position will be posted. Once that is done, the HR rep will go through every single candidate to ensure that they meet the initial qualifications, which can take some time. So once they go through and weed out the people who may not be qualified, then they will then go through and select who they think is a good fit for the position. They'll narrow those names down. They will then pass those names on to the hiring manager, you know, the person who would ultimately be the boss of that candidate. And then they will go through and they will select, you know, the candidates to interview and whatnot. So my boss left the company he left for another position in the company in October, and they posted a position for my boss for my regular day job in November. And she just started 2 weeks ago, and that was an internal hire. And so, but I will say this though, you have my email address, and if you have the number that starts with R, email it to me, and I can take a look at our system and just kind of see where we're at, and I can communicate that back.
Oh, that sounds good. That's really good. That's really good. Thank you so much. And that's, you know, my
For sure. And the good thing about me is that I'm not the hiring manager and I'm not the HR person going through the application. So if you have a question about your application, you can email me, you know, kind of behind closed doors kind of thing. And I can kind of take a look and let you know where you're at. All right.
That's good. Thank you. No, that's really good.
It's a great question. Thank you.
Well, one last question, you know, for other applicants who are applying, like one of the things, utility is so different from most of the other sectors because you have specific software and, you know, specific processes and specific laws that govern the way you guys do business. How do you encourage someone to, when they do apply, because there's some of the requirements that like, we're not going to meet off the street because we'd have to have, you know, industry specific experience with that software process. I mean, is it that you try to equate as best as you can to something that's similar to what you guys are doing within the company? I mean, what's your advice on that
so we definitely have positions that get posted that require, you know, experience with certain programs. But I would actually say a lot of the programs that we use are used not just in the utility industry. We use Maximo, we use Workday, we use Jira. We use Miro even for different things. But a lot of, we have internal apps to do some job assignments and stuff, but all of those things are pulled from, the big one is Maximo. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Maximo, but that's a huge program. But a lot of our work is funneled from Maximo and from a lot of these really well-known, I guess you would say, widely used apps into our internal programs and applications. I'm not sure. I think that when it comes to entry-level type positions, if you don't have experience in the industry, our job postings are not going to require that you have those experiences. You know, it's almost like you post an entry-level job making crap pay, but then they also want 5 years experience. Like, we're not like that, you know. So a lot of companies kind of do that. And so we really, when it comes to entry-level experiences, a lot of the time our job postings will say, I'll just use a college degree for an example, but this can be used for computer application programs too. Our job posting will say 4-year degree and 2 years experience, or in lieu of a degree, 7 or 8 years of experience. So we give multiple avenues to be able to get through some of these things. And so as long as you have any sort of experience, especially in the programs that you're in, learning what you need to learn, Duke is definitely going to be looking at those in a positive light.
Okay. Great answer. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you so much.
All right. No worries. Anybody have any other questions? All right. Nothing?
And yeah, we've got about 4 minutes. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Hi, my name is Destiny and I live in the Wilmington, North Carolina area. As this area is really growing a lot, can you speak specifically about jobs local to this area?
Yeah. So if you live in Wilmington, you're near our Brunswick nuclear plant.
Uh-huh.
And if you want to email me, I can put you in touch with Buddy Erks, who is the nuclear recruiter. And that's a huge facility and a lot of work and a lot of stuff that they need there. I don't know what's available there off the top of my head, but I can definitely put. So Buddy Erks is our primary recruiter for Wilmington, because we also do service Wilmington from a customer delivery standpoint, residential and stuff like that. But the Brunswick nuclear plant is kind of our big deal in that area. And if I'm not mistaken, that's pretty close to Wilmington.
It is. Thank you.
Absolutely. Just email me and I'll put you in touch. And anybody have any other? I got one thing to say before we leave, so don't cut me off. But if anybody has any questions, I'm glad
Yeah,
to
it looks
hear.
like James, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Tyler. Thank you all for making time to speak with us today. So my question really also has to do with what specific certifications, because, and you probably may have mentioned this, but I wasn't here earlier on. I just came in the room, but are there any specific certifications that you lot require? I currently work with a government contractor, and I do have my security clearance and 2 cybersecurity certifications. But I realize not every company, works with people with secret clearance and stuff like that. So I just wanted to have a clear understanding of what you guys are looking for. Even though I work in desktop support now, it's a hybrid between that and cybersecurity vulnerability management. So, if are there any of those positions that you guys have, and what, can I
Yeah, so from a
cybersecurity
standpoint, the security clearance isn't going to do a whole lot. We do have positions outside of cybersecurity that it might benefit more. I will say it's not going to hurt you, so just keep that in mind. But there's not going to be even though it may not hurt you, there's not going to be a super added benefit to having a security clearance.
Got it. Okay. Okay, good. Thanks.
And I think we have time for one more question. John, you want to go ahead? I see your hand raised. You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute.
Okay, there you go.
So I just started looking at the positions that are available through Duke Energy. I would like to just speak with you offline, Tyler, in regards to one of the cyber investigator positions. I believe it would be a very good fit for.
Yeah. If somebody wants to, I apologize. I'm on my phone, so I don't have the capability.
I'll throw the email address in the.
Throw the email address in there.
Yeah, I'll throw it in there again.
Yep. Just and that kind of segues into the one thing that I want to say. If you're looking for referrals, if you're looking for a leg up, if you're looking to get ahead of the game when it comes to applying for positions, which is what I did, email me, introduce yourself, keep in touch with me, introduce yourself, let me know you applied for a position. If you didn't get it, let me know. All good. We'll keep looking. And at the end of the day, my goal is to get everybody in here a job. And so the biggest thing that you can do is shoot me an email. Let me know you applied for a position. Give me that rec number that starts with the R, and we'll add you as a military referral. And I will personally email hiring manager and the HR recruiter that is looking into those positions.
Great.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that all, Tyler?
That's all I got.
All right.
I'm if anybody has any other questions, I'm just email me, and I mean, I'll give you my phone number. You can call and talk to me all day. It's all good. So
All right. You all have a good night.
thank y'all.
Within cyber, so that's big picture.
Okay, so what you said, you're trying to do cyber, but getting to more so workforce management.
Yeah, kind of so managing the workforce of cyber professionals to, you know, help
okay.
them succeed.
Okay. What is that role called?
At least when I was doing it for corporate America, it was called program management or workforce manager.
Okay, so workforce manager and cybersecurity. So, all right. So depending on the industry, there are quite a few different terms in relations to like opportunities like that. From the program manager, yeah, you are managing people, but you're more so managing the tasks of stakeholders to kind of round up. When you say like workforce management, I'm thinking like either like the lead team, the management team, or I'm thinking what do you call it? You know, the HR route, more of an HR background when it comes to like certifications and things that rely on compliance, policy, those things. But you want to be a people manager and being able to help support people. Are you doing that in the capacity of just making sure that you like, what capacity would you want to work in that? I'm sorry, not like to call you out on anything. I'm just trying to understand so I can better be able to tell you what resources I would recommend to you.
Yeah, great question. So within the program management, it was kind of a dynamic space in the sense that for me to encapsulate everything that I did, it's kind of hard to digest in one fell swoop.
Okay.
So let me just try my best to communicate it. We would have companies that would come to us and say, we don't have any visibility. We don't know what we're spending on non-full-time workers. So it could be a statement of work, like it could be interns, it could be, you know, anybody that's non-full-time. We even had programs that had the full-time, so we would manage the entire workforce. And so we would come in and discuss with the decision makers, the CEOs, et cetera, of the company, what is it that you'd want within the solution that we provide, draft up the contract, execute the contract, all the way to implementing the new account. So they'd say, we need a system where we can crank the information and the people through, get all the information so that, you know, it's a comprehensive system. I would be like super user access, be able to grant people access to different levels within the program, and then go live, post go live in the steady state of the program, meaning that I would train everybody of the organization all the way from worker B and manager, director, VP, all the way up to, you know, like CEO and president level of the organization, partner with them on that level.
Okay.
So it's a lot. So I would interface with IT and HR. It's so much.
Yeah, and so that's okay. Okay, so now that's what I was about to say. So I like this is more so definitely focus more on like I want to say like the ITIL route where you're doing, or not the, it's not project, it's like the new Project Plus, which focuses more on the IT and the HR components, PHR, but you're still going to have some of that HR flavor into it. And so I can talk about that, but here's some things that I'm going to show you guys for being so patient. Let's jump on some of this information, these resources that you can use. First, how do you know what jobs are out there in relations to what it is that you want to do? And how do you know how much that salary range is and what companies are doing it? And I'm going to show you that right now. Where we are. Okay, here we, all right. Can everyone see my screen? Yes, no, maybe so. Can everyone see, it's like Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Cool. Someone give me a job. Any job title doesn't matter. We can use project manager if you want me to use it. So what do you want to do? You have
cloud security engineer.
Say again? Cybersecurity engineer. Cloud
security engineer.
Cloud security engineer. All right. Cloud security engineer for 500, please. So when you do this, if you guys are not familiar, H-1B is a program that essentially if foreigners come in or companies typically pay to get their visas so they can work at the company, that information is all documented. And so what's documented is their location, their salary, the job title, time frame, and the position, right? And so you can use this as a good basis to understand what companies are out there, where they're located at, how much is someone getting, and then kind of get a ballpark of what you need to do as far as like lining it up. So for this one, sir, what state are you calling from, or what state are you the one that asked for this?
I'm in the state of Georgia.
Georgia. All right, let's go to Georgia. I don't see. I mean, I know Georgia's a big. So Georgia's not on here. Oh no, I missed it. Atlanta, Georgia, right here. So Sands International LLC is a company that's hiring cloud engineers, and they're roughly making around that amount. Now, I do know that there's way more opportunities for cloud engineers in Georgia because Microsoft is there, and I know like specifically roles that are there. So this is not going to have everything and everything, but it will give you a good basis to kind of understand based off of locations. This is how much people are getting paid for that field. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and so you use this to kind of guide you and determine what else is out there, right? And so, for instance, if you're interested in these roles and you have the background, did you guys take like, did you take specific cloud security courses or something like that?
Not yet. I'm looking to that role.
Okay. So you're just trying to figure out more about the path line to that, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's do this. We're going to talk about a couple of pathways, and you can apply this to any role. I'm just using cloud security engineer as one of them, right? So if I didn't know much about cloud security, and I'll tell you what's for veterans or what's for the military community, what's not, since we have both online. And I was trying to figure out more about it. One good resource would be Coursera. And so Coursera, we provide a free account to the military community for Coursera access. And so you get a lot of free stuff with that. You get over 7,000 courses and 500 specialties and 26 certificates. And I believe a few of them have to do with cloud. That's what I'm just double checking right now. Data, not that one. Let me see. Those are the most popular. Let me just do cloud here. And then I will do certificates. Professional certificates. There we go. All right. Yeah. So we have Google for Cloud, our architect, and then Google Data Analytics. Mind you, this is worth college credits if you knock it out. And on our accounts are free, so you'll be able to utilize this for free. So we have Google IT support, and I think that's really, and data engineering from here. So, sorry, right here, look, cloud engineering. I knew there was something. And so you can do this cert, right, and knock it out and touch base and kind of understand what it is to get in this field. And then from there, right, what I would do is I would go to a tool set like Veterati and type in cloud engineer, right? Sorry. And do a search and see if anybody comes up for Veterati. Veterati is and I'll share the link with you. Veterati is a platform where you can touch base with coaches and mentors that are in the field, right? And so this is a free program and it's available. The only thing you have to do is pretty much sign up for it and have a LinkedIn account, but it tells you folks that are in those particular fields. And it looks like we only have 2 people that do cloud engineering. Let's see if we have a lot of people that just do cloud. Oh, we got a few more that just do cloud. So you can probably touch base with some of them, and they may know people who do cloud engineering specifically. And you can touch base with them and to get a better take on that. That can help you out. The other aspect I would say, so H-1B, and I'm gonna show you the links. I'll share all the links with you guys. So you have it, H-1B, Federati, and then one more for the military community, and I'll switch back to civilian-based resources, as ACP. And this program is for active duty, transition service members, and veterans. And it provides you with a free mentor, and military spouses, active duty military spouses. It provides you with a free mentor from a Fortune 500 company. They are connected to a lot of different organizations and companies. And so all these companies provide mentors from. And so typically the way that it works is you get a 12-month mentor and they guide you or help you get a job. And so there's a lot of different organizations that support the military community. And so that'd be helpful, right? But let's say I don't have these resources available and I'm civilian trying to figure out how best to kind of get my foot in the door in terms of opportunities. One of the first things that I would do, aside from using some of the stuff that I mentioned, like the H-1B, I would go to LinkedIn, and I know there's a better word to say for this. I'm just trying to figure out, but I'm going to say project manager tech. But I'm going to say tech project manager. I think it's like a tech director, but project manager tech, technology. I think it's this one. Let me see. Technology project manager specialist. Okay, that's what I was looking for. But let me grab this and see if we can find. This might be just based off of just technology rather than working with people. No, yeah, this is strictly tech. See, so it's going to be hard trying to find that to particular like HR mixed with, let me see, project manager and HR. So, jobs. Okay. Senior HR Technology Solution Manager. That sounds about right, even though it's something completely different. Well, talent management, that's the role. That's the name, it's talent management, sorry. So you can search for talent management roles and you can get a better idea of what's in here. But the thing that most people don't know about is if you come here and let's say you are doing, I'm sorry, I gotta go back. You do a search for, you have to put in parentheses, hiring, talent managers. Sorry, I'm supposed to put that in parentheses, but still not working. I'm gonna get it one day. There we go. And then here. All right, so this is, when you type in this, it typically brings you to people looking for people to fulfill roles related to that. And so see, I'm hiring talent manager. These are all the roles that are coming up and popping up. Before you click on any one of these profiles, because it's going to give someone an indication that you're looking based off of what they're providing, what you want to do is you want to make sure that your LinkedIn is squared away, right? And so you want to go to your LinkedIn, and if it doesn't really speak to talent managers, this is what you want to do, right? You want to, go to, back to jobs. Sorry, let's go back to jobs. This is going to kill me. All right, let's go back to jobs. I'm waiting for it to click over. Didn't mean to put that in there. All right, here we go. Back to jobs. All right, now we have this, right? And so what we're going to do is we're going to come to the bottom of this and then make sure that some of the words listed, and you can do this with the cloud and stuff like that as well, are listed in your profile. None of these have any words associated with them. So this is not normal, just to give you guys an update. It's like, normally there's words were listed to the specific field, and that's how applicant tracking systems kind of identify who they're hiring. This is probably a bad example then. Let me see, resource manager. Yeah, none of these roles have it. That is very different, but typically, pretty sure eventually one of these will. They have a list of different jobs, and they tell you, I mean, different opportunities as far as like words that are connected to the role, and that's how they identify whether or not you're a good candidate or fit for it. Let me see. Maybe I'm able to find one, and it also tells you how many applicants applied to it. And it tells you like whether or not you're a good fit for it, but these don't have any of the roles and they list at the bottom. So don't worry too much about that, but let's say, sorry, show you this. What I would do, because you need those keywords, but they don't have them in there because you're going to need them for a resume, but I'll just show you how to do it. Create a resume for talent manager.
Here's what I found.
All right. So when you do this, it's going to create, this is ChatGPT, so it's very familiar. So see, these keywords are the keywords that's supposed to be on your LinkedIn. So you want to make sure you have these keywords on here. But this creates you a blank resume based off of a talent manager and puts the information in there. What you can do is then start, and you can do this with any job. It doesn't matter what the job is. You can take your resume, copy and paste it in here and say, use this format to build my resume. I'm going to just pull a job off of some site. Let me see if I can just find a job site. I know we are short for time, but there's so much stuff to show you guys. Talent manager job. So this, all right, let's click on any one of these jobs so I can get the information from them. All right, so I'm gonna take this URL, make a resume. Oh, sorry, can everyone see my screen? Just want to make sure that people.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Make a resume using the following. All right. It says that, but it still pulls it anyway. So don't worry about if it says it can't. It's actually pulling it because that's why it says Maryland. But what it did is it just created a resume based off the information that's provided in that resume. I mean, that job description. Now you want to make sure that you read through this, right, to kind of match it so you can create your resume utilizing the information that's provided in there, and it doesn't have to be the same. And even if it is, there's other resources that you can utilize, like Quillbot. So I know I'm going through a lot. I'm just trying to save some time and cut through. You can use Quillbot and have them rephrase, formality. Have them rephrase the verbiage so that it's not the same thing. And then use that for your resume. You want to make sure that when you do this, you have action, impact, results. This doesn't. It just really just talks about that, but you can also go back to ChatGPT and ask them to do that. Use air, action, impact, results. Where we at? Right here. So it's telling you, no, that's not what I meant to do. Oh no, yeah, it's okay. So it's showing you, but use it in a resume format. There we go. Is this new to anyone? Has everyone seen this before? Am I showing you guys all something you already know about?
No, it's very useful.
Okay, I hope so. There's a lot of resources out there. Okay, so that's the way that I would kind of wrap up, and you can make your resume apply. So you want to target your resume to certain type of jobs, opportunities. But in order to get started, especially if you're breaking new into tech, there are a lot of things out there that, you know, can make it difficult, right? And so that's why you want to utilize your network to first touch base with people, get the day in the life of what's expected of you, what type of opportunities are. So if you, let's say if you were going down a heavy cyber route and you want to just do cyber, I think it's called cyber, I don't remember what's called, cyber path, but it's going to be the first one that comes up, cyber seek. So if you're trying to break into cyber seek is a great resource. And it tells you what type of roles out there, like feeder roles and then entry-level roles, right? And so if any of these interest you, like you want to become a crime analyst, it goes up from crime analyst to security analyst to cybersecurity consultant to pen test, but it also tells you how many job openings there are, how much the salary is, and then you can click on certifications, right? And it tells you what certifications lead to what. So if you guys knocked out your Security Plus, right? These are the roles that Security Plus align with, right? And then let's say I'm going to, all right, let me just take this. Let's say I want to be cyber crime analyst, right? The top skills of Security Plus, right? And cyber crime analyst is information assurance, security operations, and crypto, right? Cryptograph, right? And so if you want to do pen testing, you do pen testing, same thing, risk analysis, risk and assessments and management, threat analysis, authentication, and networking. But this is really good because it helps you just break everything down. It has an interactive roadmap that has all the information for the states. So let's say someone said they were out of Georgia, right? So Georgia, the demand is high for cybersecurity. This is national average. Georgia is above the national average. So you know there's opportunity here. Here's the top job titles, right? So the gentleman wants to do cloud. Cloud is not on here, but you know, this is for the cybersecurity roles and these are available. And then it tells you the certifications that most people got. So a lot of them got Sec Plus, a lot of them have the GAC certification, CSSP. Openings requested certification. So there are a lot of people requesting you have CSSP. CSSP, you have to have some experience for. So that's not a certification that you can just jump into and, you know, get a job. But some of these other certifications, you might be able to, let me see, like this one for sure, CIPP, the GAC, because their courses are phenomenal, SANS courses, and CompTIA Security Plus, and those can get you into roles, right? And it lets you know based off of these. Within the NICE framework, it talks about what covers, and so that's really everything that, yeah. Everything that's there. Is that helpful? I don't know if we
Yeah,
have to,
very.
I know it was like a fire hose. What questions do you guys have? All right, stop sharing. Any questions?
So sorry. Thank you guys for making time to speak with us here. So I thank you so much for showing us this thing, because my resume is what I try to polish it up and I do it myself and I do the best I can. But these tools you showed us, I didn't even realize. I've heard about ChatGPT, played around with it, but not to this level. So I'm about to revamp my resume big time tonight.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I've got 2 certifications right now, and I want to know, like, in your experience or having worked with so many people in the past, I want to be able to break into cyber, right? And I want to call it as much advice as I can, but I'm working in desktop support tier 3. where it's a hybrid of desktop and then cyber vulnerability management.
Yeah.
But I want to be able to break into cyber proper, right?
Yeah.
Even with 2 certifications, it's like really intense, like kind of getting your foot in the door. So what has been some of the advice that you've found in the past that is like been helpful
to cyber? Yeah. What role do you want to get into? Here, let's do this. Let's do this. Share a resource with you guys real fast. I think it's, I can't remember the name, but I think it's like cyber roles. I think it's cyber roles. Let's see. Nope, that's not it. Give me a second, I'll find it. I think it's like 50 cyber jobs. 50 cyber jobs or something like that. Or roles, 50 cyber roles or titles. There we go. Yeah, that's what it is. 50 cyber security titles. I don't know why I couldn't remember that the first time. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
All right, so this is where I would start. These are 50 different roles that are available within cybersecurity, and I would identify which ones I want to take down, which directions I want to go. Once I have a better understanding of that, then I will start to build from that to connect with folks in that field, in those industries, and see what they want through Veterati, what they were connected to, what certifications they had to get, what type of experience. And then I'll also connect with people from ACP to get my mentor to make sure that they have some cyber background or cyber influence or cyber understanding, so that I can identify what other opportunities are in my, but that mainly for the military community. I'm not sure if you're a veteran or transition service member, but or military spouse, but I would do those two things to kind of help me align. The biggest thing about trying to find jobs and opportunities is you got to be able to pick out the path that works for you based off of what it is. But here's some things that work in cybersecurity. The certifications is one thing, knowing a language is another thing. So I would say you have to know one of the languages. You can use SQL, you can know Python, you can know Java. You just have to know a language. You don't have to be super proficient in it, but you got to be able to kind of walk yourself through a basic programming or something like that, to be able to show that you have some background in developing code. You don't have to be a coder, but it helps because that allows the companies to know that you have additional abilities to be able to bring on. Then I would say outside of that, once you start connecting with people, using that to leverage your network, leverage the certifications and the coding background and your experience, you would try to tap into a role, or at least do something to kind of help you expand. So if you're doing like projects for cybersecurity, showing your network, building something on GitHub, building your own network, or building your own portfolio based off of things and projects that you're working on, that shows something that people can look at based off more than just your resume. The other thing is I would title your resume and make sure it's titled to the roles that you're applying for. And then I will look for those type of opportunities to kind of expand on. What else I would do if I'm trying to jump into it from the beginning? There's a lot of, obviously on YouTube University, there's a bunch of stuff out there that you can utilize. And like I said, just finding opportunities in here. But do you know the role that you want to get into or no?
Yeah, I do. So basically, at least a cybersecurity analyst, just to start with.
Oh, so yeah, you're just looking for cybersecurity roles then. So let's go back to H1B. So cyber security analyst.
More geared towards like the blue team side of things, yeah.
So I will look here and see, these are the companies that this is probably because it's spelled differently. Hold on one second. Let me just put a space in there. Somebody might have a space. Yeah, that looks a little bit more normal. These are just small companies that you can reach out to and find other opportunities as a cybersecurity analyst. And depending on where that, you can connect with those folks and be able to land opportunities. One other thing that you can do, and let me see if it, cyber security analyst with clearance sponsorship. I don't know if you have a clearance or not, but we're about to see sponsor.
Yeah, I do have the secret clearance.
No, we don't. We want TS or TS. Yep, entry level clearance sponsorship. Let me click on this.
Good.
Asking me to do clearance to start.
Okay.
It's a clearance sponsorship, so they have to actually go through the process of bringing you on. But this job actually provides you with the clearance. 1 year. Do you have a bachelor's?
Yes, I do have a bachelor's here.
Okay, there you
But
go.
it's just my bachelor's is not in like a STEM field or anything.
It just says bachelor's, doesn't really say
Okay.
equivalent. You've been doing you've been doing help desk stuff, so that it qualifies you for this. So I would
Right.
apply for this opportunity.
Okay.
Right. So
Good.
if you can get through that, then you get a clearance. Like clearance sponsorship. Let's see, most of these khakis. Let's see if they have any other organization that's sponsoring clearances. I mean, maybe it's just because I'm just looking in my local area also, but let's see. Sponsor top secret clearance. Not in Maryland. What state are you in?
I'm New Jersey.
Oh, let's see what they got for Jersey. Sponsored clearances. I mean, obviously it's not going to be cybersecurity, but it might be like, yeah. So yeah,
I don't have it.
Job type. So it'll be hard to finagle. Let me try. I'm trying to do both. Let me see if I can do that without it coming up from my location. Location anywhere. There we go. Cybersecurity analyst with that. All right. We got khaki. We have this Cambridge. That's really it. That's only these companies are sponsoring right now. I know it's probably more than that, but that's better than not having anything, right? And so opportunities out there that you can jump on, depending on cyber analysts. And so if you have a secret clearance, now there's an opportunity for you to get a TS and work for khaki and get paid and to get your clearance.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm looking into that.
Hopefully that was helpful. Was that helpful for anyone else?
Yeah.
Yes, very helpful.
Yes.
Okay. There's a lot of opportunities. There's a bunch of things. So if you guys are not aware, our program, we got a couple here. I'll just show you since we're on Act Now. So our site is actnoweducation.com or .org. We're a nonprofit 501c3. We have about 60,000 members from the military community. You guys all you have to do is come down here and click here to join. Our groups are on Facebook, so as long as you're fine with being on Facebook, but we have a plethora of information on here, relations to people getting, so you get your Coursera, you get a lot of information about resources. We post a lot of stuff. There's a lot of information in here. People share information, people get jobs, opportunities, a bunch of things. So it's really beneficial for you to jump on that, like learn about different opportunities coming up. But let me go back to the site so you can understand like the layout. Where are we at? Back now. All right. So on here, if you go to resources, these are our main resources. So you get access to Coursera, you get access to Splunk. Coursera has 7,000 courses, 500 specialties, and 26 certificates. Our Splunk is the 10 courses plus the certificates. We're not doing the master's program right now. We'll do that after we finish our 3-cert cohort for Bravo. And what the 3-cert cohort is, that's our flagship program. And so what we do is we take 3 certifications. This certifications for this 3-cert is Project Plus, Scrum, and Sec Plus. You get all 3. You have to take all 3. You have to get through the process of all three. And so we give you the vouchers, we provide you with live instruction, not like a computer, it's like you're getting taught by a live instructor. Once you complete those three programs, the other aspects you get, actually, let me just bring this up if you guys don't mind. That way I can make sure I'm speaking to it correctly. Where we at? Sorry, I just don't know where's my screen at. Oh, here we go. Where did it go? All right, yeah. So while I'm figuring this out, I'll just talk to it. But essentially, you do the 3 certifications. Once you get done with the 3 certifications, we have employment readiness training, which I show you some of the things I showed you, but a little bit more in depth on how to take advantage of opportunities and ways that you can look for different things that's going to help you. And then the other thing that we talk about are, we give you a free business suit, professional tailor-made business suit, professional resume. You get a headshot, you get connected to mentors, and you get 3 interview prep courses. So that, I mean, 3 interview preps. So preparing you for an interview. So you don't want your first interview to be your first interview. And so we run you through a program that gives you 3 interviews, and they sit down and they tell you what you're doing good in, what you can improve in, and how you can kind of like land the job, right? And so we want to make sure that you get all that. And that's our 3 cert cohort. That's our program. And so it's a great program. We're doing our 2nd run now. I know this thing is popping up somewhere. I just can't find it. I got so many screens open. But yeah, those are the things that we do, and everything that we do is for free. There's no cost to it for the military community. Yeah, and that's kind of how we operate. What questions do you guys have? No questions?
So right now you're saying that for those, the 3 set program outline, that it's closed, or is that one still going?
For the, yes. For our current 3 cert cohort, yeah, that we just are about to select the ones that are going through Bravo. And then the next one that we're going to roll out is Charlie, but that'll be in the summertime. This one is going to be
Awesome.
There you go, Sandy. It's all you. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. First of all, Hire Heroes USA is a veteran-serving nonprofit organization whose mission is to empower U.S. service members, veterans, and military spouses to find success in the civilian workforce. Our first deliverable to each client is a professional resume draft that has been formulated to get through the applicant tracking systems most companies use. We also walk with the client side by side through their job search. They receive personalized one-on-one assistance based on what their career interests and goals are, and their level of communication with us. You can participate in all of the programs and things that we provide, or you can just get the resume and be on your way. It's totally up to you, the client. Your eligibility for services never expires. Oh, thank you, Mark. It's a great company, and we love helping our clients. But if you should need or want assistance for a job search down the road, even if like for a promotion or something like that, and you'd like to speak with an industry professional, just connect with us again, and we'll be happy to get you connected with one of our volunteers. As I said, there's no cost for anything that we provide in-house or through our volunteers. Can you see the links to our different web pages in the chat? If not, I'll drop them in.
Mark. Let me go on ahead and have you do that again.
Okay.
Just for the record, everyone, my name is Bill Warden. I'm a CWCT instructor and volunteer this evening. I'll be kind of a co-host at Sandy's discretion, and I'm happy to help everyone. There we go. Sandy just posted the Hire Heroes link in our chat. This will be made available to you at a later time.
Bill.
And thank you
Hello.
again.
Bill.
He started me.
Barnett was one of my students this last session.
Cool.
Yes, I drove him crazy.
No, you did not.
All the labs failing on me.
Oh,
you were fine.
Everyone in Hire Heroes USA, and it's really funny that I'm speaking to tech people because everyone in the organization knows that I have a very tenuous relationship with technology. I'm in it all day, every day. I use it all day, every day. And yet, I try really hard to get along with it, but sometimes we just don't see eye to eye. Okay, so the first link that I dropped in is our registration link. That's where you'll begin the conversation with us. Please fill out as much information as you possibly can. You need to fill out to complete all the way through at the very minimum, provide the essentials, because that's all the essential information that we need to know. The more information you provide, the more productive your first conversation will be with a transition specialist. So then you can go back into the registration portal using the username and password that you develop through your registration, and you can track the progress of your assignment to a transition specialist. New assignments happen on Mondays, but because of the high touch level of our service, sometimes we need to bump people to the next week. So just keep track there. If you're not assigned on Monday, go right back into that portal and check to see if there's anything you need to do to be added back into the assignment pool for the following week. And then we'll get you assigned as soon as we possibly can. But each client receives personalized one-on-one assistance. So you know that when you are assigned, you're going to get the undivided attention, for what you need and when you need it. We're going to help you learn how to do things on your own, how to tailor that resume on your own so you don't have to rely on us, but we're here to help you every step of the way. The second link that I popped in was our event calendar. We have events generally at least once a week. That can be a webinar. It can be an employer spotlight where you can actually speak to an employer that's looking to hire veterans or military spouses. It can be a virtual career fair. We have one of those at least 4 times a year. And those employers are looking specifically for veterans and military spouses to fill their currently open roles. And then the last one is our job board, which is also free to service members, veterans, and military spouses. And there are currently more than 30,000 open roles that are posted there across industries and roles. So it's a lot of variety available. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Ms. Cater.
Yes.
So I'm going to be the pesky one because it's
all right.
The hanging question. So I already have a tier 3. I come from a CI human background.
Mm-hmm.
I am trying to get into cyber. I am on the digital forensics path. And that is my hang up, is the tier 3 is an all stop when it comes to going to a tier 5. How do you suggest we push forward from that point? I'm literally taking a job probably here in the next 2 weeks just to keep my tier 3 active and returning to deploying when I'm trying to stay stateside.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with the tier designations. Can you explain a little bit more?
So I have a tier 3 secret, BOD.
Okay, all right.
And then a tier 5 is an SSB, TSSCI.
Okay. So my understanding as far as security clearances are concerned, it's easier to keep it active than it is to reactivate it, for one thing. Secondly, you as an individual cannot reapply for a security clearance, that has to be done through your employer. So if you can use it, you can at least keep it active for a little while longer. So if you can demonstrate through your employment that you actually used it, my understanding is that you can kind of extend that. It may need to be, I believe it's called re-adjudicated or, reinvestigated, but it'll be a quicker process because it's been recently in use. Does that help at all?
Well, like I said, I'm taking a job right now just to keep it active. It'll be recaged the next probably week and a half.
Okay.
Unfortunately, as I said, I have to redeploy. It's not in an IT position.
Gotcha.
It's an operations position, just dealing with it's dealing with the building of skiffs currently. But that's where the hangup is. I'm back to redeploying.
Mm-hmm.
And the transition from that tier 3 secret to a TSSCI, which is what 90% of all stateside jobs are, is TSSCI.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the hangup is. And that's where, it's a brick wall. You can have any certification in the world, but without the TSSCI, especially in a contract position,
Mm-hmm.
you're not going anywhere.
I don't want to give you incorrect information. So, but what I would recommend is, let's see here, there might be, I'm just looking at our calendar really quick here to see if there might be a federal. All right, so there's a federal employment strategy session. They may be able to give you some information. That's on April 5th. And that's a free event. The other thing, that may be helpful is if we have a volunteer who's, like I said, we've got volunteers in pretty much every industry and pretty much every role within every industry. Certainly those that have security clearances, and they may be able to provide you some additional information. Other than that, I believe the best place to probably get some information would actually be like the Security Council or something like that, the one that issues those security clearances. They may be able to provide some additional information. I'm sorry, I'm not more help.
You're fine. It's a difficult step for anybody that's, in that position trying to get to the next level.
Absolutely. And it's further hindered by the fact that there's only just so much you can do as an individual to be proactive. All right, so the State Department is the one who issues the security clearances.
OPM.
Oh, okay. So, well, maybe that's something different. Okay.
The State Department deals with more actual federal government employees.
Okay.
Where Office of Personnel Management deals with the contractor side, civilians retaining their clearances.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm glad I learned something. But questions are no problem. I'll let you know if I don't know the answer, like I just did. Anything else?
I appreciate it.
Sure. Some of the programs that we have available to our clients, we've noticed some significant some uniquenesses amongst certain demographics. So we have a junior enlisted program for those who exited the military in an E4 or below status, because they tend to have a little bit more difficult time just because they exited the military early in their career. So they didn't have the opportunity to build as many career skills. So we have a program specifically for that population that is approaches things a little bit differently and provides some additional resources to them. We have a military spouses program, our serving spouses program, that understands the unique challenges that a military spouse goes through because of PCS moves and gaps in employment and things like that. So they have special techniques and strategies to help that population. we'll be launching very soon a program for women veterans specifically, because again, they have some unique challenges and just approach things in a different way. So we're working to meet all of our populations where they are and provide the best service and support that we can to them. The Referral and Training Partners program that I manage connects our clients who have additional needs that fall outside the technical job search with partners who can meet those needs. And those can be additional resources, such as housing or income support, things like that. Or it can be on the training and certification side, which is why we're partnered with CWCT.
Forgive my ignorance because I come to this group as someone who has not had the honor to serve, but what I'm considering is I've had some experience as an educator in this area in Southern Indiana with a local naval base by the name of Crane. And it's interesting to me, and I'm curious what your thought is about this, Sandy. Is it easier with your military experience to get with a contractor to develop that transition than it is to work directly within the government entities? Because, for instance, Crane hires very few people directly. Most of their hires are coming through the contractors who already have that established relationship. I wondered if you could speak to that at all.
We do see some contract, that contract labor is a great way for a company to see the work ethic and the work quality of an individual, whereas as well as for that individual to see the culture of the company where they're working as a contract employee. Someone who's really good at what they do, they're very dedicated and are a good employee as a contractor employee, are going to be very valuable and sought after by the host company. So that's typically a good thing, whether you're former military or civilian. But as far as the military is concerned, in the federal sector, of course, most veterans get at least some type of preference when they're bidding for a job in the federal sector. That preference doesn't move you. So the way the federal government does their application process, a set of human eyes goes over every resume rather than using a machine to do it like the civilians do. So it takes a little bit longer. But what they're looking for is, as part of the federal job posting, there's an occupational questionnaire. Anything that you answer that you've got a lot of experience, or you can be considered an expert by their definition, which is you did it as a regular part of your job, you taught others how to do it, you supervised others doing it, you're the go-to for questions. That's an expert in the government's eyes. So if you can say yes to that, it had better be in your resume, because that's what they're looking, is to match those up. They're also looking for how well you follow instructions. If you don't follow the instructions in the job posting, you self-select out. So those types of things. And then, so they give each resume a grade, so to speak. Your veteran's preference will move you up in the grade that you've received, but not move you from one grade to the next. So that's important to keep in mind. So it's really important that you tailor that resume, which we do have a federal team as well, who can give you additional tips and recommendations on a federal resume. But that's something that's a little unique about that sector. And as far as, contractors, it's if you're having a difficult time getting your foot in the door, sometimes the contract labor is the way to go. It's a little scarier because you know that you've only got a certain period of time to, for your employment, but at least you've got that period of time where you can really build yourself in, make yourself indispensable in their ecosystem.
And that's what Brian mentioned this in our chat as well, that my experience has been on the outside looking in for my students, is that when you have the opportunity to get with a contractor, there's an entire ecosystem around the contractors, around the base. Mm-hmm. And so proven once, with a contractor, you now have the ability, I don't know if it would be working your way up the ladder, but you will become a commodity between multiple contractors, according to what I've heard. So you feel the same way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And, you know, especially there are certain sectors such as the cyber sector that really is still a relatively small community. So you get known one place and word will get around because it's a connected but relatively small community still. It's diversifying a lot, much more than I could have ever imagined. Yeah. So, and, you know, some people enjoy the contractor, you know, working that way. I would just, you know, recommend that you know going in what they're offering and what you're signing on for, because there can be some non-compete clauses and some other unique things that you just need to make sure that you know up front and accept that risk up front. If there's
Read all the contracts before signing as a contractor, right?
Yes.
If
Absolutely.
anybody else has any other questions, this isn't a panel where you are passive observers. If you have questions related to your veteran's capability and how it can translate into your next job, feel free to ask.
Absolutely.
I have a question.
Sure.
I separated quite a few years ago. So I'm 45.
Okay.
And I separated when I was like 27. So we're looking at 20 years, and you still help those who are long separated.
We help all service eras, all service branches, all ranks within those branches. The only limiter is that for our veteran population, they have to have a better than dishonorable discharge.
Okay.
That's the only thing that will limit you. You don't have to have, you know, if the federal government considers you a veteran, then you're eligible for our services.
Okay, great.
Sure.
I would ask, we have another 11 minutes left. Any questions? Sandy is more than welcome to help you. I do have a technical thing that I need to do to help out with somebody who needs to come in to a later session. They were a little bit late. So I'm going to drop out for, well, I don't know if I can drop out since I'm recording, but that could be a bad thing. So I'm going to do some emails if you'll excuse me.
Sure.
Anyone who
You
has
don't get to leave, Mr. Warden. You're recording. You're stuck.
I will not leave. But if anybody else can entertain another question for Sandy, I don't want her to feel uncomfortable any more than you would be with the silence, please.
Hello, Bill. Thank you for hosting. This is one of your students.
Yep. It's kind of crazy. I'm seeing a little bit of a reunion here, but
yes,
feel free to ask some questions. I'm going to do some email. I'll be looking off to the side, but I am listening.
Okay.
Hello, Sandy. Hi, my name is Tu, and I'm still a student through this program. Okay. And through other email from the Veterans Affairs Department, I signed up for Hire Heroes.
Okay.
But I didn't know how to. I think I uploaded my resume. And I'm getting all of these email about sales, and I'm an IT person. So I just didn't know what else I need to do to customize it so that I'm not getting all these weird sales stuff.
Right. Okay. So let me see if I can find your contact record.
Mm-hmm. Dahl is my last name, D-A-H-L.
Okay. I think you might actually be signed up with Hiring Our Heroes.
Oh, hiring. It's not hiring.
Right. So this our names are confused literally all the time. We were here first.
Got it.
But it's you know, it's not uncommon at all. In fact, it's very, very common for the names to be confused.
Okay.
You can be part of, or, you know, you can use the services of both organizations. We're not limited to any length of service or, you know, length of time before you separate. Like Hiring Our Heroes has fellowship programs that they connect veterans with, but you have to be within 180 days. Generally, you have to be within 180 days of your separation. We serve service members and veterans regardless of how long, you know, how far away they are from their separation date or how long it's been since they've separated. And we don't do internships. We don't put you into a program or put you into a job. but we're here to support you through your job search.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Wow, huge difference. Oh, so you are nonprofit? You are nonprofit?
Yes.
Okay.
We are a nonprofit, and all of the services that we provide to our clients are completely free to the
Okay.
client, because the mindset and the culture of our organization is, as a veteran or a military spouse, you've already given enough. You shouldn't have to pay for assistance to be successful in the civilian sector.
So how are you funded, if you don't mind me asking?
No, don't mind at all. Most of our funding comes from philanthropic organizations. So the foundations and different things like that. But we also get funding from private individuals who either give in honor of a loved one who served, or because they received our services and want to pay it forward for someone else. We do also have some limited government funding that we've been able to secure because we've proven our value in the space.
Okay, great. Do you find that a lot nowadays that people are just interviewing mostly online, and to be better prepared to interview online versus in person?
Yes, definitely. And we have a very vast volunteer corps, more than 1,300 individuals who are professionals in their own roles and industries, who are happy to spend time with you, having a mock interview or providing information about their particular field. If you're curious about that field, but not sure if it's a good fit, you can speak with a volunteer to learn more and just ask them questions, in a non-attributional environment. So there's nothing's going to blow back on you for asking the questions, kind of thing.
Okay.
They're happy to do that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure. There's also no limit to the services that you can access. So let's say you have a career counseling with a volunteer. You can have additional mentoring sessions. You can have mock interviews, salary negotiation practice, LinkedIn reviews. If the field you're going into is very specialized, you can even, we can try to connect you with a volunteer who can look over your resume and make sure that it speaks to that, if there are uniquenesses in that particular field. Sometimes there are. So they can make sure that the resume is going to be effective in that particular sector.
I see.
I got 5 minutes left from what Steve says. So any additional questions?
So do you have some kind of statistics on the type of jobs that you have helped people with based on the state or locations?
Yes, actually we do. So I'm going to try to find it really quick here. It's called the Hire Heroes Report.
Okay.
And it's actually a PDF document. So I'll drop the link in the chat.
Okay.
And what this will do, you can just peruse that. Control F is going to be your friend with this document because it's hundreds of pages long, but it tells you, you can find out information on any type of demographic category. So according to rank, according to location, according to what, where they were when they registered for services, if they were still active duty, if they were retired, were they unemployed or underemployed, those types of things, the field that they went into. There's just a ton of information. This is our 2021 report because it takes us, we crunch so much information. It takes our operations team a year to make sure that they've got everything crunched appropriately. So that, because one of our key core values is integrity, and we want to make sure that whenever we publish information, that it is absolutely 100% accurate.
Okay. The other questions that I have is, I currently work for an agency that is very supportive in helping with disabled, any kind of disability, right? So like, for example, I work with a lot of developers that have disability. And so every time we have a meeting, they would have their own, personal interpreter for sign language and stuff like that. And I was just wondering, what about doing interviews? Do we have any of that kind of service that helps a disabled veteran to be able to interview well when, at the hiring stage, not after they got hired?
That's a great question, and I don't know the answer. One thing that I would recommend doing is finding the Veteran Service Office for your state.
Okay.
Many states have an office per county. I can actually drop, or let's see here, I've got an article. Here we go. All right, so this right here. Oh. Okay. There we go.
If you guys offer that as a service.
Yeah.
I think she gave you an idea as an
Yeah.
option. That's a very intriguing point you made.
So yes, it is. And that is something that would fall under my team. So I will look into that. But the state veteran service office, it's not part of the VA, but they work in close conjunction with the VA. So they can help veterans navigate the VA when there's, kind of a breakdown, or they can also let you know if there's specific additional resources available to you through your state and or county.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And just so everybody knows, we're coming up at 8 o'clock. I just had some conversation through email with Alex, and I'm going to mess up his name, but I believe it is Charalonzo with Brooksource. So the 7 p.m. meeting for Brooksource is going to be at 8 p.m. We're going to use the same Brooksource 7 p.m. breakout room if you're interested in joining us, or tell your friends, as a matter of fact. And I'm going to actually pop in a few other meeting rooms just to let that be known in general. But is there anything you would like to summarize with, Sandy? I really appreciate your time. I think everybody here has gotten some great information, but do you have any parting words of wisdom for us?
Just come see us. We're happy to help, and it's a free service, and we'll get you connected as best we can.
That's fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording here, and I'll be saving the chat as well. And we'll get those collated, if you will, and get them out to you at a later time. But thank you again, Sandy. We'll go ahead and
thank you.
Here.
Get companies from a current state to a future state is one of our biggest things that we do. And so Accenture Federal Services, which I am a part of, we are a branch of Accenture, and we are a fully owned subsidiary of Accenture, but we have a lot of separation between Accenture Federal and the global company. So Accenture Federal Services, we have 13,000 employees across the United States only, and our client is always the federal government in some capacity. Could be Department of Defense, Department of Justice, the 3-letter agencies that require clearances. We do all of that type of work. So let me show you a little bit more about Accenture. Did you see the slide advance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so a little bit about Accenture, the global company. Here on the slide, it says, let there be change. And that is what we have as a mantra for what we do. So if an agency or a company is interested in advancing, in changing, and making efficiencies, in having better technology, then they would come to Accenture, and we would propose to them how to best do that. So of the global Fortune 100, 89 of those companies are Accenture clients, and we have a long history of success. So 98 of our top 100 have been with Accenture for over 10 years. A lot of loyalty there. And Accenture has over 8,000 patents, which shows our innovation. And so lots of those are information technology patents. Others are actual products that we create. And then, so I do want to tell you about the differences between the companies. So here is just a quick overview. I did give you a little bit of information about the number of employees. The thing about Accenture Federal Services is that we do business with the federal government, and we're very careful about the way in which we interact with the global company, because we are fortunate and have gained the trust of the federal government to be able to work within cleared facilities, you know, secret clearance or top secret clearance, or working in a SCIF. We do have employees that do that, and so we're very careful in the way that Accenture Federal does things separate from our global company. And then specifically for our cyber capabilities, our expertise includes endpoint security and network segmentation. You can see ethical hacking. We have a whole group involved in that. Developing AI is something that my team in particular recruits for and works on projects for Department of State, for some civilian portfolios. So that's data scientists and data engineering. We also have cutting edge technology. So we are doing a lot of work in the metaverse. We hire animators for that type of work. And then also to harden the infrastructure so that companies are operating in a way that's safe and secure. And so speaking of portfolios, we work with defense portfolio, also civilian, and public safety and national security. And so within those, we have these specific capabilities, such as zero trust and mission assurance. I actually have some information about those. So for the zero trust capability, some of those titles that we employ people is a security engineer or architect, a SOC engineer, or identity access management. So all of those are within the zero trust capability. Within mission assurance, ISSOs or security control assessors. Cyber defense, we also have incident response analysts and forensic analysts. Threat hunters, which is totally cool. Every time I hear about that, it sounds amazing. I only understand 20% of it, but that's what you all are for. And penetration testing. Within the critical infrastructure area, we employ industrial control center folks and also operation technology. And then lastly, within the full spectrum of cyber, we have computer network operators and cyber developers. So just some of the types of folks that we employ and that we help our customers with to get the best of their work done most efficiently. And then lastly, I do want to let you know some about our culture. We have a lot of ambition toward inclusion and diversity. So I'm not going to drain this slide, but just some information that I find important as an employee. We do have 12 employee resource groups, and that's globally. The ones that I'm involved in is, first of all, the military employee resource group. I am not military myself. However, I love some of the things that the folks do, and I get involved since I'm in hiring capability with doing practice interviews for folks that are transitioning from military. And then also we do wreaths across America. So putting the wreaths at Arlington National Cemetery are some great things that I love to be involved with. I'm also in the Women's Employee Resource Group, and that's mostly for fun things. Honestly, we do, we had a chili cook-off recently. We have a book club. And so we have a monthly pick of books. So that's great. If you, just some other things that we have a Christian employee resource group, African American employee resource group, Asian Pacific. And so all of these, I think, are great examples of how you can find folks that are like-minded at Accenture, but then also know that we're very diverse. So you may be on a team that is a little bit of each of these, and we believe that that just makes us stronger. And then just a couple of personal stories. You know, in the time that I've been with Accenture, this is talking about our culture and those sorts of things. I know of 2 women who were actually promoted into higher positions while they were on maternity leave. And then I do know of a disabled person that we hired just recently who's going to join our company next month. And he has a physical disability. He really can't work on site. And even though in the DC area, we often have people go on to a client site, we made that accommodation because he's just an excellent data scientist, and we wanted him as part of our team, and we're glad to accommodate any kind of situation that needs a physical accommodation. We can make accommodations during the interview process. So no, in general, not just with Accenture, but if you're interviewing anywhere and you need some kind of accommodation, please ask for it so that you can be comfortable and the folks talking to you can be comfortable too. So I just babbled on for about 14 minutes. And I just want to open it up to you all to see what questions you might have for me. I put my contact information in the chat. If you want to contact me directly, it's k.p.jackson@accenturefederal.com. And that would come straight to me.
Hey, Kathy, this is a question from James.
Hey, James.
Kathy, and hello, everyone. Thank you for making time to be here. Thanks, Kathy, for the presentation. So my question really has to do with as far as certifications go. And, you know, like right now, I'm employed as a IT specialist level 3, which includes a hybrid of desktop support and also some cybersecurity vulnerability management. So I wanted to know how far that goes. If Accenture, I remember you mentioned something about clearance and working with the government. So is it like the regular government contracting jobs where, you know, people who possess like secret clearance are able to be hired on? And also, as far as certifications go, are there specific ones that you recommend? Because I have like 2 of them right now, and I want to figure out, you know, if there are specific ones that I need to also have. Because given my background in IT already and still halfway through the program right now with CWCT, I want to gauge if, you know, it will be accepted, or the chances of me getting in, basically.
Yeah, sure. That's a good question. So, you know, something you said, James, was about government contracts. So we do work on government contracts, definitely. Something that I find that is great about Accenture that hasn't been true of all the companies that I've worked for who do government work is that Accenture really does hire for a career not just a contract. And what I mean by that is we often bring people in, not even sure where they're going to go for their first assignment out, but we recognize talent that we want to have on board, that we want to have as part of our cyber capability. And then what we do is take everyone's talent and build a team where we augment one another's, the give and take of what you may have and what you lack. We hire someone else that has that. So we build a really, really strong team. And then that team can be deployed together out to a particular government contract. Sometimes they may do some business development or answer proposals or things like that. That is part of the work of what we do. Ideally, we like to have everyone going out, working with a particular customer, stepped out to a particular client, because that really is the most exciting work. So again, just wanted to say, like, we don't hire people on and then once the contract is over, we let people go. We are heavily invested in having people come on board. And if you roll off a project, then we're going to get you on to the next project or get you additional training. Accenture spends millions of dollars in training our folks. And then about the certifications. So that's a very specialized question. I don't have a general answer for it. We appreciate certifications. We pay for people to be certified. I recommend, James, for you and for anyone who's pursuing certifications, just be sure that those are in line with what you truly want to be doing so that your certs support where it is you want to be in your career and what you want to do next.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so very much. Yeah.
Yeah, great to meet you, James.
Selena has a question for you.
Hey, Selena.
Hi, how you doing? I just want to make sure that I received, because in the chat, I see it now. I just needed to have your
my contact info?
Yes, I see it now. Thank you, hon.
Okay, feel free to email me directly, Selena.
I appreciate that.
Kathy, how does someone get noticed from you or your peer group?
Yeah, great question. So first of all, if you are interested in a particular position with Accenture, please apply. That's the best way to get our attention if you're qualified for the position that we have. However, overall, I do recommend LinkedIn. I don't know if that gets a positive response from you or not, your thoughts about LinkedIn, but I will tell you that recruiters are out on LinkedIn, and what we want to see is what are your goals and aspirations. So I do recommend, and this may not be something that everyone recommends, but you're asking me, so I'm giving you my answer, is be as specific as possible. A jack of all trades isn't necessarily going to get the right kind of attention. So if there's a specific track that you want to go down, be sure that your LinkedIn profile is all about that track. So it shows your certifications, have your resume available if that's something that you would like for those in the public to have. Join the groups on LinkedIn that are affiliated with the type of work that you want to be doing. So just be very specifically geared toward the career that you want, and that's going to get you noticed.
Selena, do you have another question?
Your hand's raised again. Maybe that was a mistake.
Yeah. As she's figuring that out, let me ask you, Kathy, do you look at other social media to check the background of the person and how important that is?
No. And really, Accenture overall, we don't recommend doing that because there can be and has been confusion, let's say over a name, you know, Kathy Jackson. How many Kathy Jacksons do you think are out there?
Yes.
So we do not recommend, and we, as part of the HR staff, we don't go on social media and track down your social media presence. The only time that would be done is if someone is seeking a role within social media, then that becomes important. Otherwise, no.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, you know, I'm curious, is that a different answer than other folks have?
I've seen people turn down for positions, you know, get on
Oh,
for, you know, whether it's inappropriate material, political stands,
yeah.
et cetera. You know, I usually caution people that stuff stays with you and could
Yes.
affect your potential hiring. And so I've always suggested be smart in how you use social media.
I think that is very smart, just overall for life. Yes.
Now, have you seen recently there's been reductions in staff at some of the largest companies in technology? How is that affecting Accenture Federal?
I was wondering if I was going to get that question today because Accenture overall is in the news today. Our global arm has announced that they're going to have some reductions. That is not affecting Accenture Federal services. Federal is thought to be, or in the past has shown to be, pretty recession proof. I'm not saying we're in a recession. I'm not a financial person, but if folks are thinking about, hey, we may be heading toward a recession, Federal is usually a very safe place to be to ride that out. So you may see in the news today that global company is having some reductions, mostly in corporate functions, but Accenture Federal is not. That's not affecting us. So thanks for giving me a chance to answer that.
Yeah, I thought that would be an interesting question for you.
Yeah, I know we had a number of our recruiting team leave and go to Meta, and unfortunately, those folks that I know who left a year ago are now looking for work again. Just, it's heartbreaking.
Well, you know, on one hand, we're seeing, you know, I don't know if you look at cyberseek.org as a tool. It's a fascinating site in terms of employment opportunities, size of market, shows like 750,000 open positions in cyber out there. And that's grown at the same time that we've seen some of these reductions on some of the majors. Looks like Gabriel had a question.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. I just had a question. It sounds like majority of the jobs that you manage, that you recruit for, are all federal, as you're saying. So I'm assuming that most of those will need security clearance.
Not true. No. So many of our roles, some of our roles do not require any type of clearance. They all require U.S. citizenship. Many roles, most roles do not allow for dual citizenship, so U.S. citizenship only. And then some require a public trust, which is not really a clearance, but it's an advanced background check. We do have some roles that require a secret or top secret clearance. That's probably 10% of our overall work. The rest of it is public trust or none. So thanks for letting me clarify that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's clear. So, and you mentioned this earlier, but it sounds like the best way to get noticed, to get in touch with you, is just to apply for our desired role on the website.
It really is, frankly, because we do look at every application that comes in. And so a little piece of advice there is that because you, as an external person, you don't know what our structure is. Best to look for roles that say consultant or specialist. that would most likely be in the right range of your experience. Analyst is usually entry level, like meaning right after college or getting a degree without any real industry experience. And then things like manager or senior manager are very high level. So, and also if you're interested in federal, the word federal will come before the job title. So if you see cyber consultant, that's for the global company. But if you see federal -cyber consultant, that's for Accenture Federal Services.
Ah, okay. That will help a lot. Yeah, thank you.
Cool, good.
I'll definitely take a look at them for sure.
Excellent. And if you don't see anything right now that, you know, looks right for your skills, Gabriella, for you or for anyone on the call, please feel free to contact me directly. And I may not answer myself, but I'll be able to forward your information to, you know, the appropriate team. And I'm
Kathy,
happy to do that.
we see Simon has a question, and then we're getting pretty close to the top of the hour. So let me thank you for taking this time, and it's been a fantastic session, and I really hope people here enact to take up on your recommendations. So Simon, your question, please.
Yeah, I used to work for DHS maybe like 2 years ago, and I had a public trust. If you've had one, how long does that last? And
Yeah, good question. I believe, don't quote me, maybe better to Google this, but I think a public trust lasts for 5 years.
okay.
And that will be 5 years from when you last were on work that required it. So let's say you left the role with DHS 2 years ago, you know, then you
Right.
still have 3 years left.
Okay. That was it. And thank you for your time.
Excellent. Anyone else? There's 2 minutes. All right, guys. Hey, I appreciate your time. Thank you, everyone. And hopefully we'll have an occasion to talk again in the future.
Have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kathy.